Welcome to Ben 10 What If. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Ben 10 joined the Justice League? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, Stranger in a Strange Land. Ben Tennyson had faced weird days before, like, a lot of them, but this one was definitely making his top 5. One minute he'd been fighting Dr. Onimo and his latest batch of mutant creatures in downtown Bellwood, and the next, a blinding flash of purple light swallowed him whole. The familiar weight of gravity slammed back into him as he tumbled onto cold concrete. His ears popped painfully as reality reasserted itself. Okay, what just happened? Ben groaned, pushing himself up. His eyes widened. And where the heck am I? The skyline surrounding him definitely wasn't Bellwood. Gleaming skyscrapers stretched toward the heavens, dominated by one massive building with a giant golden globe perched on top. People streamed along sidewalks below, completely oblivious to his sudden appearance on a rooftop. Ben tapped the Omnitrix on his wrist, the familiar green interface lighting up. At least you're still working. He cycled through his alien roster. All present and accounted for. Gwen. Kevin. He checked his plumber badge. Nothing but static. A distant explosion rocked the air, followed by screams from below. Ben sprinted to the edge of the roof, peering down to see people running in panic. Several blocks away, smoke billowed between buildings. Guess the hero business is universal, Ben muttered, twisting the Omnitrix dial. Going XLR8 should get me there fast. He slammed his palm down on the watch, green light enveloping him as his DNA temporarily rewrote itself. But instead of the speedy velociraptor-like alien, his body grew and hardened into crystalline form. Diamond Head? Seriously? He sighed, looking at his reflective arms. Fine, you'll work too. With no time to waste, Diamond Head leapt off the building, using his crystalline powers to create sliding surfaces along the side of the structure. He hit the ground running, pushing through the fleeing crowds toward the chaos. What he found stopped him in his tracks. A man in a blue suit with a red cape hovered in the air, trading blows with what looked like a cyborg with glowing green veins throughout its metallic body. Each impact created shockwaves that shattered nearby windows. The flying man moved faster than Ben had ever seen anyone move, except maybe XLR8 at full speed. That's, no way, Diamond Head whispered. The cyborg's chest cavity opened, revealing a chunk of glowing green rock. Immediately, the caped man faltered, dropping several feet in the air. Your time is up, Superman, the cyborg growled. Metallo's got your kryptonite heart right here. Superman. Like, the comic book character. Ben's crystalline head spun with confusion, but he didn't have time to process. The weakened hero crashed into a parked car, and Metallo advanced, the green glow intensifying. Hey, Tin Man! Diamond Head shouted, stepping forward. Pick on someone your own size. Both combatants turned toward him in surprise. Metallo recovered first, laughing harshly. What rock pile did you crawl out from? Doesn't matter, you'll make a fine warm-up before I finish off the Man of Steel. Metallo charged, mechanical fist raised. Diamond Head braced himself, morphing his arm into a sharp blade. The cyborg's punch connected with his crystalline chest, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Oof. Stronger than you look, Diamond Head grunted, slashing at Metallo's arm. His blade scraped against metal with a shower of sparks but didn't penetrate deep. Metallo laughed again. Can't cut through reinforced promethium that easily, Rock Boy. Wasn't trying to. Diamond Head grinned as crystals sprouted from the scratch, rapidly encasing Metallo's arm. The cyborg's eyes widened in surprise. What the? Diamond Head didn't let him finish, following up with a devastating uppercut that sent the villain staggering backward. The crystalline growth continued spreading across Metallo's body. Might want to close that chest cavity, Ben taunted. Seems like a design flaw to me. Metallo roared in frustration, the kryptonite core glowing brighter as he tried to break free of the crystal encasement. Behind them, Superman was pulling himself from the wrecked car, still visibly weakened. Get back, the hero called, his voice strained. The kryptonite doesn't seem to bother me, Diamond Head replied, stepping between Superman and Metallo. Let me handle this. Metallo broke one arm free and swung wildly. Diamond Head caught the blow, his feet sliding back several inches from the impact. With a grunt of effort, he shoved Metallo backward and slammed both palms into the ground. Crystal spikes erupted from the street, racing toward the cyborg and encasing him up to his neck. No. This isn't possible. Metallo struggled against his crystalline prison. Diamond Head approached cautiously and reached into the still exposed chest cavity, plucking out the kryptonite core. Looking for this? Immediately, Superman's posture straightened, strength returning to his features. He flew over, landing beside Diamond Head with a curious expression. Thank you for your assistance, Superman said, studying the crystalline hero. Though I don't believe we've met before. Yeah, about that, Diamond Head started, but the beeping of the Omnitrix cut him off. Oh man, not now. Green light flashed, and Ben returned to his human form, a teenager in jeans and a green jacket with the number 10 emblazoned on it. The kryptonite fragment fell from his suddenly smaller hand, clattering to the pavement. Superman's eyes widened in surprise. Ben picked up the kryptonite and handed it to the stunned hero, trying his best to appear casual. So, you're actually real? Like, really Superman? Not someone in a costume? Before Superman could respond, the air around them displaced as a red blur materialized into a man in a scarlet suit with a lightning bolt emblem. Supes. Got your distress call and, the Flash stopped, looking between Superman, the crystallized Metallo, and Ben. Whoa, did I miss something? Who's the kid? That's what I'd like to know, came a gravelly voice from behind them. Ben spun around to find a dark figure emerging from the shadows. The pointed cowl, black cape, and insignia on his chest were unmistakable. Batman 2. Ben gulped. Okay, either I'm having the weirdest dream ever, or something seriously messed up is going on. Batman's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. Start talking. Who are you, and what was that transformation? My name's Ben Tennyson. And this, Ben held up his wrist, showcasing the Omnitrix, is what lets me transform into aliens. I'm guessing you guys have never heard of me. Aliens? Superman questioned, still holding the kryptonite at a distance. Yeah, like 10,000 different species. Well, I can only access about 60 of them, but still. Ben fought the urge to back away from Batman's intense stare. Where I'm from, I'm kind of a big deal. Saved the universe a few times. The Flash sipped around Ben in a blur, studying him from all angles. Cool watch. So it's like, what, alien tech? It's called the Omnitrix, Ben explained, relaxing slightly at the Flash's friendlier approach. And yeah, most advanced piece of technology in the universe. Or, well, my universe, I guess. Batman stepped forward. You're claiming to be from another dimension? I don't know, maybe. 1 minute I was fighting a mad scientist with mutant animals in my hometown, then there was this weird purple light, and suddenly I'm here in, where is here, exactly? Metropolis, Superman answered. And we should continue this conversation somewhere more secure. He tapped his ear. Superman to Watchtower. For to transport, +1 containment pod for Metallo. Ben's eyes widened. Wait, are we going to? Light engulfed them, and Ben felt his molecules disassemble. When reality snapped back into focus, they stood in a massive chamber with technology unlike anything he'd seen before, and he'd seen a lot. The Justice League headquarters. Ben finished weakly, turning in a full circle. This is so Cool. Welcome to the Watchtower, the Flash said with a grin. Orbital headquarters of the Justice League. Through massive windows, Earth hung suspended in the blackness of space. Heroes Ben recognized from comic books moved throughout the facility, Green Lantern conferring with Hawkgirl, Martian Manhunter monitoring screens. I need to run tests on that device, Batman stated, not asked, pointing at the Omnitrix. Ben instinctively covered it with his other hand. Yeah, that's not happening. The Omnitrix is genetically bonded to me, and it stays with me. It could be dangerous. It is dangerous. In the wrong hands. Ben met Batman's glare with one of his own. And no offense, but I don't know you guys. Not really. Superman placed a hand on Batman's shoulder. Let's not start off hostile. Ben just helped us with Metallo. He turned to Ben. But you understand we need to verify your story. Ben nodded reluctantly. Fine, but the Omnitrix stays on my wrist. John can verify his thoughts without invasive procedures, Superman suggested. I'd rather we contain him until, Batman began. Dude, I just saved Superman's butt. Ben protested. If I wanted to cause trouble, I could have gone Humongosaur and stomped all over your city. The Flash snickered. Humongosaur. Ben sighed. Look, I get it. Weird kid shows up with a device that transforms him into aliens. I'd be suspicious too. But where I come from, I'm a plumber. Batman's eyes narrowed further. A plumber. Not that kind of plumber. They're like, intergalactic police. I've been doing the hero thing since I was 10 years old. Ben pulled out his plumber badge. This is my badge, but it's not working here. Different universe, different network, I guess. Superman studied the badge with his microscopic vision. The technology is unlike anything I've seen. Let's get the full team together, Batman decided. Conference room. 10 minutes. As Batman stalked away, the Flash sipped to Ben's side. Don't mind him. He's suspicious of everyone at first. I'm Wally, by the way. He extended a hand. Ben. They shook hands. So, is he always that intense? Batman? Nah, sometimes he's worse. Flash grinned. Come on, I'll show you around while the others assemble. You like video games? Ben's tension eased slightly. Dude, I'm the Sumo Slammers champion of Bellwood. Never heard of it, but I bet I could beat your high score. Superman watched them go, a slight smile on his face. He's just a teenager. That doesn't mean he's not dangerous, Batman called over his shoulder. Fine, John. I want a full telepathic scan. While Ben followed Flash through the Watchtower, trying not to geek out over every superhero they passed, another flash of purple light erupted in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Metropolis. A figure in red and black stumbled from the portal, his features strikingly similar to Ben's save for his silver hair and red eyes. He adjusted his own version of the Omnitrix, crimson instead of green, and sneered. So this is where you've gone, Tennyson, Albedo muttered. A primitive alternate Earth. How fitting. He activated his Ultimatrix, cycling through alien forms until stopping on one. With a flash of red light, Albedo transformed into a tall, gray alien with a massive brain. Perhaps this backward world will provide the resources I need to finally rid myself of this accursed human form, Cerebrocrustacean Albedo mused, his enhanced intellect already analyzing his surroundings. First, I need to understand this world's technology and power structures. He accessed a nearby computer terminal with ease, absorbing information at an astonishing rate. Fascinating. This Justice League possesses technology far beyond this planet's norm. And this Lex Luthor character, a genius by this world's standards, with resources and a particular hatred for aliens. A cold smile spread across Albedo's alien face. Perfect. 3 hours later, Ben sat uncomfortably at a large conference table surrounded by Justice League members. He'd met more heroes in one day than he could count, and while part of him was thrilled, another part was deeply homesick. What were Gwen and Kevin doing? Were they looking for him? Could Paradox help them find him? Let's summarize what we know, Superman said, standing at the head of the table. Ben Tennyson claims to be from another dimension where he operates as a superhero with a device called the Omnitrix, which allows him to transform into various alien species. Not claims, Ben interrupted. It's the truth. John has confirmed the boy believes what he's saying, Wonder Woman added. His mind shows no deception. The Martian Manhunter nodded. His memories are consistent with his story. I sensed no attempts to shield thoughts or create false narratives. Batman remained unconvinced. That device could still pose a threat. We need to understand how it works. Good luck with that, Ben scoffed. Even its creator can't fully explain it anymore. It's evolved beyond his original design. Evolved? Batman's eyes narrowed. It's sentient. Not exactly, but kind of. It's complicated. Ben sighed, running a hand through his hair. Look, can we focus on how I get home instead of treating me like a science experiment? I've got family who are probably freaking out right now. Superman nodded sympathetically. You mentioned a purple light before your arrival. Can you remember anything else about it? It felt deliberate. Like I was being pulled specifically. Ben frowned, trying to recall details. There was a voice, I think. Said something about worthy specimens before I blacked out. Green Lantern leaned forward. That could be significant. The Guardians have records of entities that collect beings from across dimensions. Like some kind of cosmic zookeeper. The Flash suggested. Or a collector, Wonder Woman said grimly. There are beings old as time who hoard unique items and people. Ben slumped in his chair. Great. So I might be someone's new action figure. He straightened suddenly. Wait, if something pulled me here specifically, what if it didn't just target me? The room fell silent as implications settled. You think others from your world might have been brought here as well, Batman stated. It's possible. And not everyone with powers where I'm from is as friendly as me. Ben twisted the dial on the Omnitrix absently. Some of them would love this place. No plumbers, no azimuth, no me to stop them. We should scan for unusual energy signatures, Superman decided. If Ben's arrival created a detectable disturbance, others might have left similar traces. Batman nodded. I'll calibrate the sensors. In the meantime, he fixed Ben with a stern look, you stay here, under League supervision. What? No way. Ben protested, standing up. I'm not sitting around while you guys do all the work. If there are other beings from my universe here, I'm the expert on how to handle them. You're also 17 years old, Batman countered. So? I've been saving the universe since I was 10. Ben crossed his arms defiantly. And I've got more experience with cross-dimensional stuff than most of you combined, thanks to Professor Paradox. Professor who? The Flash asked. Time traveler. Long story. Ben waved dismissively. Point is, I'm not useless, and I'm not going to be treated like some kid you need to babysit. Wonder Woman studied Ben thoughtfully. The boy has warrior's spirit. And his powers could be valuable. I vote we let him help, Flash said, raising his hand. Kid's got style. Did you see what he did to Metallo? Superman considered Ben carefully. What happens if that device times out during a fight? You'd be vulnerable. I've dealt with that for years, Ben replied confidently. Besides, the timeout period is shorter now, and I've learned to work around it. Trust me, I can handle myself. The debate continued, with League members divided on whether to include Ben in their investigation. Finally, Superman made a decision. We'll compromise. Ben, you can assist, but only with a League member accompanying you at all times. Ben wasn't thrilled, but he nodded. Fine. But I call dibs on not being paired with Batman. The Flash stifled a laugh as Batman's scowl deepened. I'll take first shift, Wonder Woman volunteered, surprising everyone. I'm curious about these warrior aliens you transform into. Before discussions could continue, alarms blared throughout the watchtower. Screens lit up with multiple emergency signals from across the globe. Simultaneous attacks in Metropolis, Gotham, Central City, and Coast City, Martian Manhunter reported, fingers flying over the control panel. Footage appeared on the main screen, familiar robots marching through city streets, led by a bald man in a green and purple exosuit. Luthor, Superman growled. But those robots aren't his usual design. Ben stepped closer to the screen, eyes widening. Because they're not just his. Those are Tekadon robots, but they've been modified with Earth tech. You recognize them? Batman demanded. They're mass-produced combat robots from my universe. Nearly indestructible unless you know their weaknesses. Ben's expression darkened. Which means someone from my world is definitely working with your bad guys. The League sprung into action, dividing into teams for each location. Superman turned to Ben. Still want to help? Ben twisted the Omnitrix dial, cycling through aliens. Just try and stop me. You're with me and Wonder Woman, Superman decided. Metropolis team. Minutes later, the Javelin descended toward Metropolis, carrying Superman, Wonder Woman, and Ben. The city below was in chaos, with modified Tekadon robots tearing through buildings and infrastructure. They're heading for LexCorp Tower, Superman noted. Luthor's attacking his own company? Maybe not willingly, Wonder Woman suggested, pointing to a cluster of robots surrounding Luthor himself. Ben squinted, catching sight of a gray-skinned figure floating above the chaos. There. That's Albedo. Who? Superman asked as the Javelin landed. My evil twin, basically. He's got a knockoff version of the Omnitrix called the Ultimatrix. Ben was already heading for the exit ramp. He's bad news. We take out the robots first, rescue civilians, then deal with your twin, Wonder Woman instructed. Ben nodded, selecting an alien form. I know just the guy for robot crowd control. He slammed down on the Omnitrix, green light engulfing him. In his place stood a massive alien made of green crystal with a magenta-pink core. Atomix, the alien announced in a booming, robotic voice. Let me show you how we handle Tekadons where I come from. Wonder Woman and Superman exchanged glances before diving into the fray. Atomix flew above the battlefield, hands glowing with nuclear energy. HMNA HMNA HMNA. Atomix chanted, gathering power between his palms. Nuclear winner. The blast of energy tore through a line of robots, reducing them to molten slag. Superman and Wonder Woman worked in perfect tandem, smashing through mechanical attackers while evacuating civilians. From his position above the chaos, Albedo, now transformed into negative jet ray, observed the battle with narrowed eyes. So predictable, Tennyson, he muttered. Always the hero. Beside him, hovering in a high-tech exosuit, Lex Luthor watched the destruction with calculating eyes. Your technology is impressive, Luthor commented. These Tekadon robots withstand even Superman's strength. They're merely a distraction, Albedo replied. The real prize awaits in your vault. The element you call nth metal has properties that could help stabilize my transformations. Luthor's eyes narrowed. Our agreement was for weapons technology, not my private collection. Plans change. Albedo's tone was dismissive. But don't worry, once I have what I need, you'll get your reward, the secret of the Omnitrix. Imagine your LexCorp mass-producing transformation technology. Below, Atomix spotted the pair and changed course mid-flight. Superman. Wonder Woman. Albedo and Luthor are working together. I'll handle Luthor, Superman called back, breaking away from the robot horde. Automix accelerated toward his nemesis. Time to go home, Albedo. I'm not going anywhere, Tennyson. Negative Jet Ray fired neuroshock blasts that Automix barely dodged. This universe has everything I need to finally rid myself of your DNA. The two transformation-capable fighters clashed in mid-air, exchanging blows and energy blasts. Meanwhile, Superman confronted Luthor. Your new friend is using you, Lex, Superman warned, hovering before the armored billionaire. Luthor sneered. On the contrary, Superman. I've found a partner who appreciates human ingenuity. His alien database combined with my technology will revolutionize warfare. And make you rich in the process. A happy coincidence. Luthor fired a kryptonite-powered blast from his suit's gauntlet. Superman dodged, eyes glowing red. Not this time, Lex. Wonder Woman continued battling the robots below, her bracers deflecting their energy weapons. These machines adapt to our attacks. Hit them in the control node at the back of their necks. Automix called down, between exchanging blows with Albedo, who had switched to negative Humongosaur. The battle raged across the metropolis skyline. Atomix's Omnitrix symbol began blinking, warning of an impending timeout. Not now. Ben groaned inside the nuclear alien's form. With a strategic burst of speed, he tackled negative Humongosaur into an empty construction site just as green light engulfed him. Ben tumbled across concrete, human again, while Albedo reverted to his human form as well, the red-eyed, white-haired duplicate of Ben. Running out of power already, Ben? Albedo taunted, brushing dust from his red jacket. How disappointing. Ben climbed to his feet, checking the recharging Omnitrix. What's your game here, Albedo? How did you even get to this universe? The same way you did, obviously. Though I was smart enough to prepare. Albedo circled Ben slowly. This world's technology is primitive, but their metahuman genetics are fascinating. A shame you won't live to see what I create with it. You've been here, what, a day? Already making friends with the local supervillains? Ben kept Albedo talking, buying time for the Omnitrix to recharge. That's gotta be a record, even for you. Albedo smirked. Luthor was pathetically easy to manipulate. Offer a man like that unlimited power, and he'll ignore all warning signs. Yeah, well, making deals with Lex Luthor. Bad move. Guy has a reputation for backstabbing. I'm counting on it, Albedo replied, surprising Ben. His inevitable betrayal is factored into my calculations. The Omnitrix beeped, signaling readiness. Ben grinned. Well, factor this into your calculations. He slammed down on the watch, transforming into a red, four-armed alien with 4 yellow eyes. 4 arms. Ben roared, charging Albedo. Albedo calmly activated his Ultimatrix, transforming into a white and purple version of the same species. How predictable, negative 4-armed side, catching all 4 of Ben's fists in his own. You never could think strategically, Tennyson. The two Tetramans grappled, evenly matched in strength. They crashed through scaffolding and concrete pillars, bringing portions of the unfinished building down around them. You know what your problem is, Albedo? 4 arms grunted, straining against his doppelganger. You overthink everything. With a sudden shift in weight, 4 arms pulled rather than pushed, using Albedo's momentum to fling him into a support column. The structure groaned dangerously. I don't need to beat you, 4 arms continued, backing toward the exit. I just need to keep you busy while Superman and Wonder Woman handle your robots. Negative 4 arms extracted himself from the twisted metal. You think I care about those robots? They're merely a distraction. The realization hit Ben just as the building began collapsing around them. The vault. This was a diversion. Outside, Wonder Woman had finally subdued the last of the robots when her comm unit crackled. Diana. The tower. Superman's voice was urgent. Wonder Woman looked up to see Superman engaged in aerial combat with Luthor, whose exosuit now glowed with strange purple energy. The nth metal, she realized, launching herself skyward. Inside the collapsing construction site, both Ben and Albedo had reverted to human form after being buried under debris. Ben pushed concrete slabs off himself, coughing in the dust-filled air. Albedo? Where are you? He called, scanning the rubble. No response came, but Ben spotted a trail of blood leading toward an exit. Clutching his ribs, he followed it out onto the street, where chaos still reigned. Above, Superman and Wonder Woman battled Luthor, whose suit now emitted waves of purple energy that seemed to distort reality itself. That can't be good, Ben muttered, activating the Omnitrix again. Time for someone who can fly. He transformed into Jetray, a red manta-like alien with yellow horns and the ability to fly at incredible speeds. Shooting upward, he joined the aerial battle. What happened to Albedo? Wonder Woman asked as he arrived. Slipped away during the building collapse, Jetray replied. But looks like his plan worked. What's Luthor got? Superman dodged another purple energy blast. He's using nth metal combined with alien technology. It's creating some kind of dimensional distortion field. Great, Jetray muttered. Just what we need, more dimensional problems. Luthor laughed maniacally inside his enhanced exosuit. This power. I can feel reality bending to my will. Luthor, shut it down. Superman demanded. That technology is unstable. Listen to him, Chrome Dome. Jetray called, firing neuroshock blasts that dissipated harmlessly against Luthor's energy field. Mixing tech from different universes is basically asking for a cosmic meltdown. I will not be lectured by children or aliens. Luthor snarled, directing a massive energy pulse outward. The blast caught all three heroes, sending them tumbling through the air. Wonder Woman recovered first, lasso spinning. We need to contain that energy before it tears a hole in reality, she said, her magical lasso glowing as it wrapped around Luthor's suit. Luthor struggled against the unbreakable cord. No. The power is mine. Jetray's Omnitrix symbol blinked again. Seriously? 2 timeouts in one fight. He reverted to Ben in mid-air, plummeting toward the ground. Superman broke away from Luthor to catch him. Thanks for the save, Ben gasped as Superman deposited him safely on a rooftop. Stay here, the Man of Steel ordered before rejoining Wonder Woman. Ben watched helplessly as the 2 Justice League members battled Luthor, whose suit grew increasingly unstable, purple energy crackling wildly around him. Come on, Ben urged the Omnitrix, which remained stubbornly red. They need help. Above, Wonder Woman's lasso had partially contained the energy field, but Luthor's suit continued to pulse with dimensional power. Superman circled, looking for an opening. Diana, pull him down to my position. Superman called. I'll try to remove the power core. Wonder Woman nodded, yanking her lasso to bring Luthor plummeting towards Superman. The Man of Steel braced himself, hands outstretched to grab the exosuit. Just as Luthor reached him, a massive surge of purple energy erupted from the suit. The dimensional energy expanded in a sphere, engulfing Superman, Wonder Woman, and Luthor. No! Ben shouted, watching helplessly as the energy bubble collapsed in on itself, leaving nothing but empty air where the 3 had been. The Omnitrix chimed, finally recharged. Ben didn't hesitate, transforming into a small, frog-like alien. Gray matter, he announced. The tiny but super-intelligent Galvan analyzed the dissipating energy traces. Dimensional displacement, not destruction. They've been transported, not killed. Gray matter leapt from the rooftop to a nearby fire escape, scurrying down to street level where Justice League members had begun arriving as reinforcements. What happened? Where's Superman and Wonder Woman? The Flash asked, skidding to a halt beside the tiny alien. Dimensional rift, gray matter explained. Luthor's suit combined with Albedo's tech created an unstable portal. They've been transported somewhere else, possibly another dimension, possibly just another location in this one. Batman materialized from the shadows. Can you track them? I need equipment. Sophisticated sensors capable of detecting quantum fluctuations and dimensional resonance patterns. Gray matter climbed onto the Flash's shoulder for a better view of the assembled heroes. And we need to move fast. The longer they're gone, the harder it will be to find them. Back to the Watchtower, Batman decided. We need all available resources on this. As the Justice League mobilized, no one noticed the small drone hovering nearby, transmitting everything back to a hidden laboratory where Albedo watched the feeds with interest. Phase 1 complete, he murmured, turning to a wall of equipment cobbled together from LexCorp technology and his own alien designs. The dimensional resonator worked perfectly. In a containment field nearby, a pulsing purple crystal floated, energy wisping off its surface. Now for Phase 2. Albedo adjusted settings on a complex device. Let's see who else might join our little interdimensional party. The purple crystal pulsed brighter, sending energy waves rippling outward through dimensions unknown. Hours later, in the Watchtower laboratory, Ben worked alongside Batman, Cyborg, and the Atom. The Omnitrix had timed out long ago, leaving Ben in human form, but his knowledge of interdimensional travel proved valuable. Azimuth, the creator of the Omnitrix, developed sensors for tracking dimensional anomalies after some incidents with the Null Void, Ben explained, sketching designs that Cyborg implemented into the Watchtower's systems. If we calibrate your sensors to look for the specific energy signature of the portal Luthor created, we might be able to locate Superman and Wonder Woman. Might isn't good enough, Batman stated flatly. Ben rubbed his tired eyes. Look, dimensional physics isn't exactly straightforward, even with alien tech. But this is our best shot. The kid's right, Cyborg confirmed, integrating the new algorithms. These modifications are increasing sensor sensitivity by orders of magnitude. The Atom, who had been examining microscopic residue from the battle site, looked up from his equipment. There's something else. The energy signature doesn't match any known dimensional transport technology in our records. That's because it's not technology, at least not entirely, Ben said. That purple energy? I've seen something like it before. Professor Paradox called it chronal particles. They exist outside normal spacetime. Batman's expression remained stoic, but his interest was clearly piqued. You're saying someone manipulated Luthor and Albedo into creating this incident? Looks that way, Ben agreed grimly. Which means we're dealing with something way bigger than just getting me home or finding Superman and Wonder Woman. Alarms blared suddenly, interrupting their discussion. The Flash appeared in the doorway, tension evident on his face. We've got multiple breaches. Something's pulling objects and people through dimensional portals all over the globe. The main monitor displayed dozens of purple energy signatures worldwide. Some were small, barely noticeable disturbances. Others were massive rifts tearing through cities. It's escalating, Ben realized. Whatever brought me here is bringing more. A lot more. Batman turned to Cyborg. Deploy all available League members. Priority is civilian evacuation and containing any hostile arrivals. What about me? Ben asked. Batman considered him for a moment. You're with me. If these are beings from your universe, we need your expertise. The Flash grinned. Look at that, Bats is warming up to you already. Focus, West, Batman growled. Take Alpha Team to Central City. The largest breach is forming there. As the League mobilized, Ben checked the Omnitrix. Fully charged and ready. So, where are we heading? Gotham, Batman replied, already moving toward the hangar bay. Second largest breach is forming over Wayne Enterprises. Of course it is, Ben muttered, following. Nothing's ever simple in dimensional disasters. The Bat-plane streaked through the night sky toward Gotham City, where an ominous purple glow illuminated the clouds above the financial district. Ben sat in the co-pilot's seat, unusually quiet as he stared at the approaching disturbance. "Something on your mind, Tennyson?" Batman asked, not taking his eyes off his flight controls. Ben glanced over, surprised by the question. "Just wondering how my cousin and friend are doing. Gwen and Kevin. We're a team back home. They're probably trying to find me." Batman nodded slightly. "Family is a strength, not a weakness. Remember that." "That's not what I expected you to say," Ben admitted. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Focus on the mission, or emotional attachments, cloud judgment, or something broody like that." The corner of Batman's mouth twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "Those can both be true without negating the importance of those you care about." Before Ben could respond, the Bat-plane shuddered as they hit turbulence from the dimensional distortion. "We can't get any closer by air," Batman announced, banking the aircraft away from the purple vortex swirling above Wayne Tower. "We'll approach on foot." They landed on a neighboring rooftop, the Bat-plane's stealth systems engaging as they disembarked. The wind whipped violently around them, carrying strange smells and sounds from the portal above. "What exactly are we looking for?" Ben asked, voice raised against the howling dimensional winds. "Anything that doesn't belong," Batman replied, scanning the vortex with various devices from his utility belt. Readings suggest multiple entities have already emerged. The Omnitrix suddenly lit up, its interface spinning of its own accord. Ben stared at it in surprise. "It's never done that before," he said, just as the device projected a holographic map of Gotham, with several glowing dots scattered across it. "Is it tracking the dimensional breaches?" Batman studied the projection. "The Omnitrix must be sensitive to energy signatures from your universe. Can you isolate individual signals?" Ben twisted the dial experimentally, and the map zoomed in on the nearest signal, just 2 blocks away. "Got one. And it's close." Ben selected an alien form. "Time to see who else crashed the party." "Wait," Batman cautioned. "We observe first." "No offense, but I've been doing this hero thing a long time too," Ben replied. "And my way involves a little more direct approach." He slammed down the Omnitrix, transforming into a moth-like alien with large green wings. "Big Chill," he announced in a raspy whisper, his breath visible despite the warm summer night. "I'll scout ahead, invisible. You do your shadow thing." Without waiting for Batman's response, Big Chill turned intangible and invisible, soaring toward the location indicated on the Omnitrix's map. Batman's expression darkened, but he fired his grapnel gun and swung after the transformed teenager. "Teenagers," he muttered to himself. Big Chill phased through buildings, his enhanced senses detecting unusual movement in an alley ahead. Becoming partially visible to observe better while remaining intangible, he peered down to see a large, orange-furred humanoid with 4 arms and a cat-like face rummaging through a dumpster. "An apoplexian? That's not good," Big Chill whispered. The species was known for its uncontrollable rage and strength. The alien suddenly stiffened, sniffing the air. "Who's there?" it roared, flexing all 4 arms. "Show yourself so I can tear you limb from limb." "So much for stealth," Big Chill sighed, becoming fully visible and floating down to hover before the apoplexian. "Easy there, no need to get hostile." "A necrophrygian?" The apoplexian narrowed its eyes. "Let me tell you something, Blue Moth Man. Nobody sneaks up on Manny Armstrong." Big Chill's compound eyes widened in recognition. "Manny? From the Plumber's Helpers?" "It's me, Ben Tennyson." The apoplexian paused, confusion replacing rage. "Tennyson? What are you doing here? And why are you a necrophrygian?" "Long story," Big Chill replied, landing and allowing the Omnitrix to time out. Ben returned to human form, causing Manny to jump back in surprise. The Omnitrix. So it is you. Yeah, and keep it down, will you? We're not exactly alone. Ben gestured upward where Batman's silhouette was visible against the purple-tinged clouds. We've got a whole dimensional crisis happening. Manny crossed all four arms defensively. I know. 1 minute I'm on patrol in the null void with Helen, next thing I know, I'm in this stinking city with weird humans everywhere. Helen's here too? Ben asked urgently. We got separated when we arrived, Manny explained, slightly calmer but still agitated. I've been trying to find her, but everything here is strange. The technology, the smells, even the gravity feels off. Batman descended silently beside them, causing Manny to jump again. Lemme tell you something, Scary Cape Man. Don't sneak up on Manny Armstrong. Friend of yours? Batman asked Ben dryly. Plumber's helper from my universe, Ben confirmed. Manny, this is Batman. He's helping me figure out what's going on. Manny studied Batman suspiciously. He doesn't look like a plumber. Different kind of hero, Ben explained. Manny, did you see anything unusual when you were transported here? Any clue about who or what caused it? The Apoplexian's feline face scrunched in concentration. There was a voice. Said something about specimens and worthy additions to the collection. Ben and Batman exchanged glances. Same thing I heard, Ben confirmed. Batman's comm unit crackled. Batman, this is Flash. We've got a situation in Central City. Multiple aliens of different species, some hostile, some just confused. And, you're not going to believe this, they're all wearing plumber badges like Ben's. Plumbers? Manny perked up. More of our people are here. Sounds like it, Ben said. And if plumbers are being targeted specifically, then whoever is behind this is collecting law enforcement from your universe, Batman finished. Possibly to remove obstacles. Another alert chimed on Batman's communicator. Watchtower to Batman. We've detected a massive energy surge at Arkham Asylum. Same signature as the dimensional portals. Batman's expression darkened further. We need to move. Now. What's Arkham? Manny asked. Prison for the criminally insane, Ben answered, having read enough Batman comics to know that much. And if someone's opening portals there? They're collecting villains too, Batman stated grimly. Batplane, remote pilot to my location. The aircraft appeared moments later, hovering nearby. Batman turned to Ben and Manny. Can your friend control himself in a combat situation? Manny bristled. Lemme tell you something, dark and broody man. Manny Armstrong is a trained plumber. I can handle myself in any fight. I'll take that as a maybe, Batman said, climbing into the Batplane. Both of you, get in. And strap down the Apoplexian. As they approached Arkham Island, the dimensional disturbance was clearly visible, a massive purple vortex swirling directly above the Gothic Asylum buildings. Lightning-like energy crackled down, blasting holes in walls and roofs. Prisoners are escaping, Batman noted, viewing security feeds on the Batplane's console. And something else is coming through the portal. Ben leaned forward to see the grainy footage of massive, shadowy figures emerging from purple light within the asylum's maximum security wing. Can't tell what those are, he said, but they're definitely not from around here. The Batplane touched down on the asylum grounds, which had devolved into chaos. Guards ran in all directions, some pursuing escaped inmates, others fleeing from bizarre alien creatures. Manny, help round up escaped prisoners, Batman ordered as they disembarked. Non-lethal force only. Manny Armstrong doesn't take orders from, Ben interrupted, Manny, please. These are just humans with mental health issues. They need help, not a beating. The Apoplexian grumbled but nodded reluctantly. Fine. But if anything tries to eat me, I'm eating it back. As Manny bounded off, Batman turned to Ben. "We need to shut down that portal." Ben activated the Omnitrix. On it. He transformed into a small, white alien with headphone-like appendages and a digital interface on its face. "Echo, Echo," he announced in a mechanical, reverberating voice. "I'll check inside while you secure the perimeter." "Be careful," Batman warned. "Arkham houses the most dangerous criminals in Gotham." Echo, Echo nodded, then split into 3 identical copies of himself. "We'll cover more ground this way." The Echo, Echo duplicate spread out, entering the asylum through different breaches in the walls. Batman fired his grapnel gun, ascending to a vantage point on the asylum's clock tower to assess the situation. Inside, the main Echo, Echo navigated through darkened corridors, the asylum's emergency lights casting eerie red glows across abandoned checkpoints and open cells. Inmates who hadn't managed to escape cowered in corners or raged against reinforced doors. "Hello? Anyone still in charge here?" Echo, Echo called, his voice creating slight sound waves visible in the dusty air. A security guard peeked out from behind an overturned desk. "What the hell are you?" "I'm with Batman," Echo, Echo explained, deciding that was simpler than the truth. "What happened here?" "Purple lightning struck the maximum security wing," the guard explained, slowly emerging from cover. "Then these things started appearing. They grabbed Joker, Riddler, Scarecrow, all the high-profile inmates." "Grabbed them? Like, abducted them?" The guard nodded frantically. "Pulled them right into that purple light. Then some weird aliens came out. Big ones with armor, carrying energy weapons." Echo, Echo's digital face displayed concern. "Where did they go?" "Deeper into the asylum. Toward the special containment area." Echo, Echo didn't like the sound of that. "What's in special containment?" "The real monsters," the guard whispered. "The ones too dangerous even for regular maximum security." Meanwhile, the second Echo, Echo duplicate had found its way to the asylum's control room, where a lone technician worked frantically at monitoring systems. "The whole security grid is failing," the technician explained when Echo, Echo identified himself as Batman's ally. "Whatever that energy is, it's disrupting everything electronic." "Can you show me the special containment area?" the duplicate asked. The technician pulled up a camera feed showing a reinforced door that had been ripped from its hinges. Beyond it, strange armored figures moved methodically through the specialized cells, examining each inmate before either moving on or extracting them. "They're selecting specific prisoners," Echo, Echo realized. "They're looking for something." The third duplicate had made its way to the asylum's roof, directly beneath the swirling dimensional portal. Unlike the others they'd seen, this one seemed more stable, its edges clearly defined rather than chaotically fluctuating. "It's being controlled," the duplicate observed, noticing mechanical devices planted around the portal's perimeter. "Someone set this up deliberately." All 3 Echo, Echoes communicated telepathically, sharing their discoveries. The main Echo, Echo contacted Batman through the Omnitrix. "Batman, we've got a situation. Someone's deliberately extracting specific inmates from Arkham's highest security area. And they've set up equipment to stabilize the portal." "I see it," Batman replied. "I'm tracking movement on the East Wing roof. Looks like our portal engineers." On the East Wing, Batman observed through high-powered binoculars as a team of figures in environmental suits adjusted equipment surrounding a smaller portal generator. One figure stood apart from the others, taller, with distinctive red armor. Batman relayed this to Ben, who instructed his Echo, Echo duplicate on the roof to investigate. The duplicate created 2 more copies of itself, surrounding the East Wing at different angles. The armored figure suddenly looked up, as if sensing their presence. "I know you're there, Tennyson," a familiar voice called out. "Your sonoros aren't exactly stealthy." "Albedo." The duplicate Echo, Echoes converged on the East Wing, using their sonic powers to communicate across the distance. "What are you doing, Albedo?" they demanded in synchronized voices. The red-armored figure, Albedo in a modified exosuit, laughed. Expanding my collection, of course. This universe has such fascinating specimens of psychopathy. Their brain chemistry alone could revolutionize my research. You're working with the Collector, aren't you? The Echoes accused. You helped bring us here. The Collector? Albedo seemed genuinely confused for a moment before understanding dawned. Ah, you mean the entity who transported us? No, Tennyson, I'm not working with anyone. I'm simply taking advantage of the situation. The main Echo, still inside the asylum, merged with his duplicates to form a single Echo on the East Wing roof, facing Albedo directly. Where are Superman and Wonder Woman? He demanded. Albedo shrugged dismissively. The heroes who disappeared with Luthor. I haven't the faintest idea. Though I suspect they're wherever the dimensional rift sent them, perhaps the same place this Collector resides. Batman silently landed behind Albedo's technicians, systematically disabling them before they could react. Albedo noticed too late as the Dark Knight approached him from behind. Your operation is over, Batman stated coldly. Albedo turned, unimpressed. The famous Batman. Luthor's files on you were quite comprehensive. He activated something on his gauntlet. Unfortunately, I've already accomplished what I came for. The portal above Arkham pulsed, then began to contract rapidly. No. Echo cried out, rushing toward the equipment. He's collapsing it. Too late, Albedo taunted as a smaller portal opened directly behind him. The specimens have been collected. This dimension will make an excellent base of operations while I perfect my new Ultimatrix. Batman threw a batarang that Albedo casually caught. Predictable. Your technology is impressive for a primitive Earth, but nothing compared to Galvan ingenuity. Echo multiplied rapidly, surrounding Albedo. You're not going anywhere. Actually, I am. Albedo pressed another button on his gauntlet. The equipment surrounding them exploded, sending Batman and the Echo duplicates flying backward. When the smoke cleared, Albedo was gone, the small portal closed behind him. The main dimensional rift above Arkham continued to contract until it winked out of existence with a thunderous boom that shook the entire island. Echo duplicates pulled themselves from the debris, merging back into a single form before reverting to Ben in a flash of green light. That could have gone better, Ben groaned, helping Batman to his feet. You okay? Batman brushed concrete dust from his cape. I've had worse. But we lost Albedo. And a bunch of your worst criminals, Ben added grimly. Plus whoever those armored aliens were took. Batman tapped his communicator. Batman to all points. Arkham situation contained, but multiple high-security inmates missing, presumed interdimensionally abducted. That's a sentence I never thought I'd hear, Ben muttered. This is Cyborg, came the response. Similar situation in Metropolis. Portal closed, but witnesses report seeing Parasite and Livewire being extracted by unknown entities. Flash here. Central City portal neutralized, but Captain Cold and Mirror Master are MIA. More reports flooded in from around the globe, portals closing, dangerous villains missing, strange armored beings conducting what appeared to be coordinated abductions. Someone's building an army, Batman concluded. Ben kicked a piece of debris in frustration. And we still don't know who or why. Or how to get Superman and Wonder Woman back. Or how to get me home. One problem at a time, Batman said. Let's secure Arkham, then return to the Watchtower. We need to consolidate information from all teams. Ben nodded, selecting another alien form. Let's round up the escaped inmates first. He transformed into a massive, dinosaur-like alien with tremendous strength and durability. Humongosaur, he roared, the name echoing across the asylum grounds. Batman almost, looked impressed. Subtle. Not trying to be, Humongosaur replied with a toothy grin. Sometimes you need a big guy to make an impression. Together with Batman, Manny, and the remaining Arkham staff, they spent the next 2 hours rounding up escaped inmates and securing the damaged facility. By dawn, some semblance of order had been restored. As they prepared to leave for the watchtower, Ben, back in human form, stared at the spot where the portal had been. "We're missing something," he said quietly. "All these abductions, the specific targets, it feels like pieces of a larger plan." Batman nodded. "That's because it is. And until we understand what that plan is, we can only react, not prevent." "I hate being on defense," Ben admitted. "So do I." Batman placed a hand on Ben's shoulder, a gesture that surprised the teenager. But sometimes gathering intelligence is the most important offensive move. As the Batplane lifted off, carrying Ben, Batman, and the still agitated Manny, none of them noticed a small, spider-like drone clinging to the aircraft's underside. Its singular lens focused on Ben, transmitting data across dimensions to an unknown receiver. In a realm beyond conventional space, a shadowy figure observed multiple screens showing events unfolding across Earth. One screen featured Ben prominently, while others displayed imprisoned villains from both universes, Superman and Wonder Woman contained in energy fields, and various Justice League members responding to emergencies. "The specimens continue to perform admirably," a sonorous voice commented to no one in particular. "Especially the Omnitrix bearer. His adaptive capabilities exceed expectations." The figure waved a hand, and new images appeared, Albedo entering what appeared to be an abandoned LexCorp facility, carrying containers of technology salvaged from Arkham. "The unexpected variable progresses according to his own agenda," the figure mused. "Inconsequential in the grand design, but potentially useful as a catalyst." With another gesture, a three-dimensional schematic appeared, a massive structure resembling a museum or zoo, with countless chambers and habitats. The collection grows. Soon, the final phase begins. Back at the watchtower, the Justice League assembled in the conference room. Holographic displays showed the locations of all known dimensional breaches, most now closed. Ben, exhausted but determined, stood beside Batman as they debriefed the others. "Based on the pattern of abductions," Batman explained, "whoever is behind this is collecting specific individuals with unique abilities from both our universes." "But why?" The Flash asked. "What do the Joker and Captain Cold have in common with whatever aliens they took from your world?" Ben rubbed his tired eyes. "Nothing obvious. Except maybe that they're all experts in their fields. The best at what they do, even if what they do is terrible." Green Lantern nodded. "Like a collection of the best and worst each universe has to offer." "The Collector," Ben murmured. "That's what the voice called itself. Not very original." Naming conventions aside, Batman continued, "We need to locate Superman and Wonder Woman. They may be wherever these abducted individuals are being taken." "I might be able to help with that," came a new voice from the doorway. Everyone turned to see a Kinoceleran, a blue, velociraptor-like alien with a helmet-shaped head and wheeled feet, standing there. Ben immediately recognized her. Helen. The female Kinoceleran zoomed to Ben's side in a blur of motion. "Ben. You're here too. Manny said he found you, but I wasn't sure." "Wait," the Flash interrupted. "Is she like my counterpart from your universe?" "Not exactly," Helen explained. "Kinocelerans are naturally fast. I'm only half Kinoceleran, actually." Ben made quick introductions, then asked, "You said you might be able to help?" Helen nodded. "When I came through the portal, I saw something. A map, or blueprint. It was only for a second, but with my speed perception, I was able to memorize most of it." She zoomed to a console and, with Flash's help, quickly sketched what she'd seen. The image gradually formed into a massive structure with countless chambers. "It looked like some kind of zoo or museum," Helen explained. "With different habitats for different specimens." "That matches what our abducted villains have in common," Batman noted. "Their exhibits." Ben studied the schematic. So the collector isn't just a name, it's literal. This person or entity collects unique beings from across dimensions. But where is this place? Cyborg asked, analyzing the image. It doesn't match any known location on Earth. Helen shook her head. It's not on Earth. I don't think it's in normal space at all. The portal I came through showed stars and formations I've never seen before, even in deep space missions. A pocket dimension, Ben realized. Professor Paradox mentioned those spaces between conventional reality where cosmic entities sometimes establish domains. Batman turned to Ben. This Professor Paradox, could he help us? He's a time traveler who monitors dimensional anomalies. If anyone could help, it's him. But I have no way to contact him. Ben's expression brightened suddenly. Wait, the Omnitrix. What about it? The Flash asked. It has a universal translator function that works across all known frequencies. If I modify it to broadcast on temporal frequencies instead. Ben twisted the dial on the Omnitrix in a specific pattern, then pressed and held it down. The device's interface changed color, shifting from green to blue. Professor Paradox, Ben spoke into the watch. If you can hear this, we need your help. Dimensional crisis, multiple universes affected. I'm in the DC universe with the Justice League. For several long moments, nothing happened. The assembled heroes exchanged glances. Was something supposed to, Cyborg began, but was interrupted as reality seemed to ripple in the center of the room. A man in a lab coat materialized, holding an old-fashioned pocket watch. He appeared to be in his 50s, with kind eyes and an easygoing smile. Benjamin. How wonderful to see you, though I must say, you've gotten yourself into quite the interdimensional pickle this time. Professor Paradox looked around at the assembled Justice League members. Ah, and the Justice League. Magnificent. I've always wanted to visit this particular timeline. Ben grinned with relief. Everyone, this is Professor Paradox. Time traveler, dimensional expert, and hopefully our ticket out of this mess. Batman, typically unimpressed, stepped forward. You know what's happening. Indeed I do, Batman, Paradox replied cheerfully. Though explaining it will require a certain amount of background. You see, there exist beings in the multiverse far older than your universe or Benjamin's. Some of these entities develop rather peculiar hobbies over the eons. The being you've encountered, the Collector, is one such entity. So he's collecting people like trophies? The Flash asked, disgusted. More like zoo exhibits, Paradox corrected. The Collector believes he's preserving unique specimens that might otherwise be lost to time. His methods are questionable, but his intentions aren't entirely malevolent. Tell that to the people he's kidnapped, Ben countered. Paradox nodded soberly. Fair point, my boy. The Collector's ethical framework doesn't align with human concepts of rights and freedom. To him, providing perfect habitats for his specimens is an act of conservation, not imprisonment. How do we find him? Batman demanded. That's the tricky part, Paradox admitted. The Collector's Museum exists in what you might call a dimensional bubble, a pocket of reality accessible only through specifically calibrated portals. Like the ones that have been appearing all over Earth, Ben noted. Precisely. Though those were merely collection portals, not access points to the museum itself. Paradox examined Helen's schematic with interest. This is quite accurate, considering you glimpsed it only briefly. The museum has thousands of habitats, each perfectly tailored to its inhabitants. Can you take us there? Batman asked. Paradox's expression grew serious. I'm afraid not. The Collector and I have a rather complicated history. There are certain dimensional domains I've agreed not to directly interfere with. So you're saying you won't help? Ben asked, disappointed. I didn't say that, Benjamin. Paradox smiled enigmatically. I said I can't take you there. But perhaps I can point you in the right direction. He produced a small crystal from his pocket, similar to the purple one Albedo had been experimenting with, but blue in color. This is a dimensional resonance crystal. It can be used to calibrate a portal to the collector's domain. He handed it to Ben. But I should warn you, once there, returning may prove difficult. The collector doesn't appreciate visitors who aren't part of his collection. Wait, the Flash interrupted. If you can't interfere directly, how is giving us this crystal not interference? Paradox winked. Loopholes, my speedy friend. I'm not interfering, merely providing information to Benjamin, who happens to be my occasional assistant in maintaining dimensional stability. Batman took the crystal, examining it carefully. We'll need to build a portal generator capable of utilizing this. Already working on the calculations, Cyborg announced, his cybernetic systems interfacing with the Watchtower computers. There's something else you should know, Paradox added, his tone growing more serious. The recent dimensional disturbances weren't entirely the collector's doing. Something, or someone, has been manipulating the barriers between universes, making them more permeable. Albedo, Ben guessed. Perhaps, Paradox conceded. Though I suspect there may be other forces at work. The timeline has become unusually fluid. Meaning? Batman pressed. Meaning, dear Batman, that this crisis presents both danger and opportunity. Dimensional boundaries once thought impenetrable are now accessible, for better or worse. Paradox checked his pocket watch. I'm afraid that's all the time I can spare for this visit. Multidimensional paradoxes to prevent, you understand. He turned to Ben. Be careful, Benjamin. The museum is designed to contain beings far more powerful than even your most impressive alien forms. What about Superman and Wonder Woman? Ben asked. Are they there? They are indeed, Paradox confirmed. Though not necessarily as prisoners. The collector found their arrival intriguing. He may be studying them rather than simply displaying them. With that cryptic statement, Paradox tipped an imaginary hat. Until next time. Or perhaps last time, depending on your perspective. Reality rippled around him, and he vanished. Does he always do that? The Flash asked. Pretty much, Ben sighed. But at least now we have a way to find the Collector's Museum. Batman was already organizing the League. Cyborg, work with the Atom to develop a portal generator using this crystal. Flash, coordinate with remaining League members to maintain Earth's defenses in case of further breaches. Ben, I know, stay out of the way. Ben guessed. No. You're coming with me to the Batcave. If we're going to infiltrate this museum, we need to understand exactly what we might encounter from your universe. Ben blinked in surprise. You're taking me to the Batcave? For real? Focus, Tennyson, Batman replied, but there might have been the faintest trace of amusement in his voice. We have work to do. The Batcave exceeded every expectation Ben had from reading comics. The massive underground complex housed technology that rivaled some alien civilizations he'd encountered, along with the iconic trophies and vehicles from Batman's career. This is amazing, Ben breathed as they descended in the elevator from Wayne Manor. Wait, does this mean you're, focus, Batman interrupted firmly, removing his cowl to reveal the face of Bruce Wayne. We have limited time. Right. Sorry. Bruce. Ben couldn't help grinning despite the severity of the situation. For the next several hours, Ben detailed everything he knew about his universe's aliens, villains, and cosmic entities. Bruce documented it all, cross-referencing with Justice League databases to identify potential threats and allies. So Vilgax is essentially your universe's dark side? Bruce clarified after Ben described one of his most persistent enemies. I guess. Except more squid-like and obsessed with the Omnitrix. Ben selected alien forms on the device as he spoke, providing visual references that Bruce's systems recorded. And this egregor character, ability to absorb energy and powers? Yeah, he nearly became unstoppable after absorbing 5 alien species. Ben shuddered at the memory. It took Alien X to defeat him ultimately. Bruce's eyes narrowed. Alien X. The celestial being with reality warping abilities. That's the one, Ben confirmed. Though I can only use that form in extreme emergencies. It requires consensus between me and 2 personalities inside Alien X to do anything. A failsafe, Bruce noted. Wise. Their strategy session was interrupted by an alert from the watchtower. Cyborg's face appeared on the main computer screen. "We've got the portal generator working," he reported. "And some unexpected help." The camera panned to reveal a red-haired teenage girl in a blue outfit with a magenta cat-like alien beside her. Ben jumped to his feet. "Gwen. Kevin. Ben." Gwen's face lit up with relief. "You're okay. How did you guys get here?" Ben asked, amazed. "Paradox," Kevin answered simply, his alien form shifting back to human. "Showed up out of nowhere, said you were in trouble in another dimension. Typical Tuesday for Team Tennyson." Bruce approached the screen. "Your cousin and friend?" "Yeah, this is Gwen, she's an Anodite, basically energy beings with magical powers. And Kevin can absorb materials and energy." Ben couldn't stop grinning. "Best backup we could ask for." "We'll take all the help we can get," Bruce decided. "Cyborg, status on the portal?" "Ready when you are." "But there's a complication." Cyborg's expression turned grim. "We're detecting another portal forming, a big one. In Washington, D.C. "The Collector?" Ben asked. "Don't think so. Energy signature is different, more like Albedo's technology mixed with something else." Bruce was already pulling his cowl back on. "We move now. Split into 2 teams, one to handle whatever's coming through in DC, one for the museum extraction." "I'm going after Superman and Wonder Woman," Batman stated definitively. "Ben, you're with me. Your knowledge of the interdimensional terrain will be crucial." "I'll come too," Gwen volunteered from the screen. "My magical abilities might help against the Collector." "Then I'm coming too," Kevin added firmly. Batman nodded. "Flash, Cyborg, Green Lantern, you handle the Washington situation. Take the remaining plumbers with you." Ben transformed into XLR-8, finally getting the speedster alien he'd wanted earlier. "I'll meet you at the watchtower in 2 minutes." With a burst of super speed, he raced from the Batcave, thoughts racing even faster than his feet. His team was back together. They had a plan. They had hope. But as he zoomed toward the watchtower's teleporter coordinates, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were still missing something important about the Collector's true intentions, and about whoever or whatever was manipulating the dimensional barriers behind the scenes. Hours later, a small team stood before the activated portal in the watchtower's main laboratory. The blue crystal pulsed rhythmically, surrounded by technology that merged Justice League science with Ben's alien knowledge. "Remember the plan," Batman instructed. "This is extraction only. We locate Superman and Wonder Woman, free any other captives if possible, and return immediately." The team consisted of Batman, Ben, Gwen, Kevin, and Zatanna, whom Batman had specifically requested for her magical expertise. "The crystal will keep the portal open for 24 hours, Cyborg explained from the control console. "After that, the energy destabilizes." "Then we'd better not be late," Kevin remarked, absorbing the metallic properties of a nearby console. His body transformed into living steel, prepared for combat. Gwen's hands glowed with mana energy. "I've cast a tracking spell keyed to Superman and Wonder Woman. It should lead us to them once we're inside. And I've prepared several dimensional travel spells as backup," Zatanna added, adjusting her magician's outfit. "Just in case our exit gets compromised." Ben checked the Omnitrix, fully charged and ready. "I'll start as Big Chill, intangibility might come in handy for infiltration." Batman gave a final nod. Move out. They stepped through the swirling blue portal one by one. The sensation was different from conventional teleportation, more like reality folding around them, compressing and expanding simultaneously. When they emerged, collective gasps escaped the team. The museum stretched before them, a seemingly infinite structure of impossible architecture. Walkways connected floating platforms that housed massive habitats, each containing different environments. Some appeared to be sections of cities, others alien landscapes. All were enclosed in transparent barriers that shimmered with energy. "It's even bigger than Helen's schematic showed," Ben whispered, taking in the scale of the place. "And each of those chambers contains captives," Gwen added, her magical senses overwhelmed by the energies surrounding them. Batman was already scanning the area with various devices. No immediate security detected. "Either the Collector doesn't expect visitors, or he's watching us right now," Kevin finished grimly. They had emerged on a maintenance platform overlooking the central hub of the museum. Below, robotic entities moved between habitats, monitoring and maintaining the environments. None seemed to notice the intruders. "Gwen, the tracking spell?" Batman prompted. Gwen closed her eyes, pink energy forming around her hands. "This way," she pointed toward a massive habitat near the center of the complex. "They're being held in some kind of special exhibition area." Ben transformed into Big Chill as planned, his moth-like form materializing in a flash of green light. "I'll scout ahead, Intangible." "Stay in communication range," Batman instructed, tapping his cowl. "All teams, comms check." Everyone confirmed their communications were working. Big Chill phased into intangibility and flew ahead, passing through solid matter as if it weren't there. What he discovered as he scouted the museum disturbed him deeply. Each habitat contained beings from different universes, some he recognized, others completely alien to him. All went about their lives as if they were in their natural environments, apparently unaware of their captivity. Big Chill reported back as the team moved cautiously through maintenance corridors. "It's like they don't even know their exhibits. The environments are perfect replicas of their home worlds or cities. Elaborate prisons," Batman stated. "No matter how comfortable." They approached the central exhibition area Gwen had identified. Unlike the other habitats, this one was designed for optimal viewing, with observation decks surrounding it. Inside, a replica of the Justice League Watchtower had been created, though only partially, focusing on communal areas. And there, visible through the transparent barrier, were Superman and Wonder Woman. They appeared to be engaged in normal activities, Superman reviewing holographic displays, Wonder Woman training in a simulated arena. "Why aren't they trying to escape?" Kevin asked, puzzled. Zatanna studied the magical energy surrounding the habitat. "There's an enchantment, subtle but powerful. It affects perception, making captives accept their environment as reality." "Can you counter it?" Batman asked. "I can try, but it might alert the Collector to our presence." While they deliberated, Big Chill noticed something odd about the adjacent habitat. It contained what appeared to be a replica of Los Soledad, the abandoned military base from his own universe. And inside. "Guys," Big Chill called, his icy breath visible despite his intangibility. "We've got another problem." The team joined him at the observation point for the Los Soledad habitat. Inside were familiar figures, Grandpa Max, Cooper, and other plumbers, going about what appeared to be a normal day at a disguised headquarters. "They got Grandpa too?" Big Chill whispered, distress evident in his voice. "The Collector has been busy," Batman observed. "The question is, why these specific individuals?" "Because they're leaders," Big Chill realized. "Superman and Wonder Woman are key Justice League figures. Grandpa Max oversees plumber operations on Earth. They're not just random exhibits, they're command structures." Batman's expression darkened. "He's neutralized leadership from both our universes. Which makes whatever's happening in Washington even more concerning," Zatanna added. They didn't have time to discuss further as a melodious voice echoed throughout the chamber. Visitors. How unexpected and delightful. The team tensed, preparing for confrontation. A figure materialized before them, humanoid but clearly not human, with iridescent skin that shifted colors like an oil slick. Its eyes were massive and faceted like an insect's, and it wore elaborate robes that seemed to be made of living material. The collector, I presume, Batman stated flatly. The entity bowed slightly. Indeed. And you must be the Batman, a specimen I've observed with great interest but chosen not to collect. Your adaptability makes you more valuable in your natural environment. Big Chill reverted to Ben in a flash of green light. Let our friends go. All of them. The collector studied Ben with obvious fascination. Ah, the Omnitrix bearer. Your arrival was unexpected but most welcome. Such a unique specimen, a human with access to the genetic codes of thousands of species. I'm not a specimen, Ben snapped. And neither are any of the people you've abducted. The collector seemed genuinely confused by their hostility. Abducted? No, preserved. Protected. Each habitat is a perfect recreation of their natural environment, designed for optimal comfort and continued study. Study? Gwen questioned, mana energy still swirling around her hands. You mean experimentation? Observation, the collector corrected. I am a curator, not a vivisectionist. I collect remarkable beings to preserve their uniqueness across time. Batman stepped forward. Regardless of your intentions, you've taken people against their will. Release Superman and Wonder Woman. Now. The collector's colors shifted to deeper hues, anger or concern, perhaps. I cannot. The museum preserves the natural balance. Removing specimens creates dangerous instabilities. What do you mean, natural balance? Ben demanded. The multiverse exists in delicate equilibrium, the collector explained. When powerful beings are removed from one universe, it creates opportunities in others. Vacuums of power that are quickly filled. Zatanna's eyes widened in realization. The Washington Portal. The dimensional disturbances. Indeed, Magic Wielder, the collector nodded. I did not create those disruptions. I merely anticipated them. Batman's eyes narrowed dangerously. You knew this would happen. The patterns of dimensional stability have been shifting for some time, the collector admitted. My collection activities were accelerated to preserve key specimens before the coming chaos. What coming chaos? Ben asked, a sinking feeling in his stomach. The collector waved a hand, and a holographic display appeared before them, showing Washington, D.C., where a massive purple portal was forming above the White House. Unlike the controlled portals they'd seen before, this one pulsated chaotically, its edges jagged and unstable. The barriers between universes are collapsing, the collector stated simply. What you see is not merely a portal, but a tear in the dimensional fabric itself. The display showed Justice League members engaging with strange creatures emerging from the rift, while familiar villains, Albedo among them, appeared to be manipulating technology around the portal's perimeter. Albedo isn't creating those portals, Ben realized. He's trying to stabilize them, to control whatever's coming through. Correct, Omnitrix bearer, the collector confirmed. Though his understanding is limited. The entity attempting to cross over cannot be controlled by such primitive means. What entity? Batman demanded. The collector's colors paled slightly. One even I dare not name. An ancient being that exists between dimensions, feeding on the energy released when universes collide. It has been dormant for eons, but recent dimensional disturbances have awakened its hunger. And you knew this was coming, but instead of warning anyone, you just collected specimens to preserve them? Kevin asked incredulously, his metallic form reflecting the museum's strange lighting. It is my purpose, the collector replied simply. I cannot prevent what comes, only preserve what would otherwise be lost. Gwen stepped forward, her expression determined. We can stop it. But we need everyone you've taken, all the heroes from both universes. Together. The Collector considered this. To release my specimens would create new instabilities. You want to preserve unique beings? Ben challenged. Then help us. Because if this entity breaks through completely, there won't be anything left to collect. For several long moments, the Collector was silent, its faceted eyes unreadable. Finally, it spoke. There is precedent for temporary exhibition loans, it said carefully. Under specific conditions and with guaranteed return. Not going to happen, Batman stated flatly. Then perhaps a compromise, the Collector suggested. I will restore consciousness to your leaders, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Maxwell Tennyson. They remain within my museum but can coordinate defense efforts through you. And I will provide access to certain specimens who may be particularly effective against dimensional intrusions. That's not good enough, Ben insisted. It is all I can offer without risking greater damage to the multiverse, the Collector replied firmly. The museum exists partially outside conventional spacetime. Removing specimens completely could collapse dimensional barriers further, exactly what the entity desires. Batman and Ben exchanged glances, silently weighing their options. Finally, Batman nodded slightly. Show us, he instructed the Collector. The entity gestured, and the environment around them shifted. Suddenly they stood in a vast control room overlooking the entire museum. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Max Tennyson appeared beside them, looking momentarily confused before recognition dawned. Bruce? Superman questioned, taking in their surroundings. What's happening? Last thing I remember was fighting Luthor, then. Ben. Grandpa Max exclaimed simultaneously. Gwen, Kevin. How did you get here? Brief explanations were exchanged as the Collector manipulated various controls, bringing up detailed displays of the Washington situation. The dimensional tear has grown 27% in the last hour, it explained. At current rates, full breakthrough will occur within 12 hours. What exactly is trying to come through? Wonder Woman asked, recovering quickly from her disorientation. It calls itself maltruant in your language, a new voice answered. Everyone turned to see Professor Paradox stepping through a swirling time portal, looking grim. And I'm afraid I haven't been entirely forthcoming about the situation. Paradox? Ben exclaimed. I thought you couldn't interfere here. Circumstances have changed, Paradox replied seriously. Maltruant is a rogue chronosapien, a time-manipulating being I've encountered before. But in this case, he's merged with something from the DC universe, an entity of pure entropy. The Anti-Monitor, Superman breathed, exchanging a worried glance with Wonder Woman. The combination of their powers is threatening the stability of both universes, Paradox continued. Maltruant's time manipulation abilities, enhanced by the Anti-Monitor's power to consume realities, could erase both our universes from existence, the Collector finished. Now you understand why I accelerated my preservation efforts. Batman was already in strategic mode. We need a coordinated defense. Superman, Wonder Woman, assess the League's current deployment and redirect as needed. Max, already on it, Grandpa Max replied, activating a communication device the Collector provided. I'll coordinate with the plumbers we have available in this universe. Ben turned to Paradox. How do we stop something that powerful? Even Alien X might not be enough against a merged Chronosapien and Anti-Monitor. Perhaps not alone, Paradox agreed. But you won't be alone, will you? Ben looked around at the assembled heroes, Batman's determination, Superman's strength, Wonder Woman's warrior spirit, Grandpa Max's experience, Gwen's magical prowess, Kevin's resilience, Zatanna's arcane knowledge, and his own versatility with the Omnitrix. No, he said with growing confidence. We won't be alone. The Collector observed them with its unreadable faceted eyes. The museum contains 312 specimens with various chronokinetic or reality manipulation abilities. I can provide temporary access to 17 without risking dimensional collapse. Do it, Batman ordered. And prepare transport to Washington. We end this now. As the Collector manipulated its systems, creating portals for their departure, Ben checked the Omnitrix one final time. Whatever faced them in Washington, this merged Maltruant/Anti-Monitor entity would be unlike anything he'd ever encountered. But then again, he'd never had the Justice League fighting alongside him before either. Ready? Batman asked as the portal stabilized. Ben nodded, determination setting his jaw. Let's save the multiverse. Together, they stepped through the portal toward the final confrontation, leaders of two universes united against a threat to all existence. Chapter 2, Proving Ground, again. Ben groaned, pushing himself up from the training mat for what felt like the 100th time. Batman stood across from him, not even breathing hard. The Watchtower's training room was state-of-the-art, with adaptable terrain and holographic opponents, but today, the only opponent Ben needed was the Dark Knight himself. You know, Ben panted, where I come from, I usually just go alien and smash the bad guys. And when the Omnitrix time's out? Batman countered, settling into a fighting stance. You need to defend yourself in human form. Ben knew he was right. 3 days since the Washington incident, and the Justice League was still cleaning up the mess. The merged Maltruant/Anti-Monitor entity had been defeated, barely, through a combination of Ben's Alien X form, Superman's raw power, Zatanna and Gwen's magic, and Batman's unexpected tactical gambit involving Chronosapien time bombs from the Collector's arsenal. The victory had come at a cost, though. Several League members remained hospitalized, and parts of Washington, D.C. looked like they'd been hit by a meteor shower. Meanwhile, dimensional aftershocks continued to ripple across both universes. Fine, Ben sighed, raising his fists in the stance Batman had shown him. But I still say 4 arms would make this a lot easier. The hint of a smile crossed Batman's face. That's the point. Without warning, Batman launched into a series of strikes that Ben barely managed to block. For a normal human with no powers, the Dark Knight moved with terrifying speed and precision. Ben backpedaled, remembering his training with Grandpa Max and adding Batman's new techniques. Block, duck, sidestep. Ben actually managed to last 20 seconds this time before Batman swept his legs and pinned him. Better, Batman acknowledged, offering a hand up. Your reaction time is improving. Hooray for me, Ben muttered, accepting the help. When do I get to train with someone who won't break me in half? That would be my cue, called a cheerful voice from the doorway. The Flash zipped into the training room, already in his scarlet uniform despite the early hour. Bruce, you're hogging our interdimensional buddy. My turn to show him the ropes. Batman checked the time. He's all yours. I have monitor duty in 10 minutes. As Batman left, Flash clapped a hand on Ben's shoulder. Cheer up, kid. Training with Batman is like a rite of passage around here. If you can survive his sessions, the rest is cake. I thought being trapped in an alternate dimension would involve more action, less getting tossed around by guys dressed like bats, Ben joked, grabbing a towel. Oh, there's plenty of action. Speaking of which, Flash's expression turned mischievous. I heard Zatanna's coming aboard today. Something about helping research magical means to send you home. Ben immediately perked up. Zatanna? The magician? Yep. Word is she's bringing some ancient texts from Dr. Fate's library that might help with your dimensional situation. Flash wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. She's also single and has a thing for heroes with unusual powers. That's not, I mean, Ben stammered, feeling heat rise to his cheeks. Relax, I'm just messing with you. Flash laughed, zipping to the other side of the training room and back in the blink of an eye. But seriously, she's cool. You'll like her. Ben cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. So, what's on the training agenda with you? More getting thrown into walls? Nah. You've got the Omnitrix, I've got super speed. Let's see how we match up. Flash gestured to the control panel. Computer, activate Speedster Training Course Alpha. The training room transformed, holographic obstacles sprouting throughout the space, moving barriers, projectile launchers, and shifting platforms. Race you through it? Flash challenged. Or are you afraid your aliens can't keep up? Ben grinned, twisting the Omnitrix dial. You're on. He slammed down on the watch, green light engulfing him. In his place stood a blue, velociraptor-like alien with a black helmet-shaped head and wheels for feet. XLR-8. Ben announced, visor sliding down over his face. Let's see what you got, Flash. Flash whistled appreciatively. Speedster alien. Now we're talking. Without another word, Flash took off into the obstacle course, a red blur weaving between barriers. XLR-8 launched after him, wheels spinning as he accelerated to supersonic speeds. For the next hour, the two speedsters raced through increasingly difficult iterations of the course. Flash had the edge in raw speed and experience, but XLR-8's maneuverability and reflexes kept the competition close. Not bad, Tennyson. Flash called as they completed the 12th run, skidding to a halt at the finish line. You've got skills. XLR-8's Omnitrix symbol beeped warning of an impending timeout. Seconds later, green light flashed, and Ben returned to human form, breathing heavily but grinning widely. That was awesome. Way better than getting pummeled by Batman. Don't tell him that, Flash stage whispered. He'll make your next session twice as hard. The training room door slid open, revealing Green Lantern John Stewart, looking serious as usual. Wally, Ben, briefing in 5 minutes. Superman's called an all-hands meeting. Flash and Ben exchanged glances. What's up? Another dimensional breach? Flash asked. No, but it's related to the aftermath, Green Lantern replied. The Legion of Doom is mobilizing, and they're using tech they shouldn't have access to. Ben's expression darkened. Albedo. That would be my guess, Green Lantern confirmed. Conference room, 5 minutes. As they headed for the briefing, Ben couldn't help feeling a buzz of anticipation. Despite the dire circumstances, part of him enjoyed working alongside these heroes he'd read about in comics. Another part wondered if he'd ever get home, back to Bellwood, his parents, and his normal life. Well, as normal as life could be for a teenager with a device that could transform him into 70 different alien species. The Watchtower's conference room was packed by the time they arrived. Superman stood at the head of the table, with Batman and Wonder Woman flanking him. Other League members filled the remaining seats, with some standing around the perimeter. Ben spotted Gwen and Kevin at the far end of the table. His cousin gave him a small wave, which he returned with a thumbs up. At least he wasn't navigating this crazy situation alone. Thank you all for coming, Superman began, his commanding presence immediately silencing all side conversations. As you know, we're still dealing with the aftermath of the Maltruant incident. While the immediate threat has been neutralized, we're facing a new problem. He nodded to Batman, who activated a holographic display showing security footage from various locations, a LexCorp facility, STR Labs, and what appeared to be an ARGUS warehouse. In the past 48 hours, the Legion of Doom has conducted synchronized raids on high-security facilities across the globe, Batman explained. They've stolen experimental technology, weapons, and research data, all related to extradimensional studies or metahuman containment. They're going shopping with a purpose, Green Arrow commented from his seat. Precisely, Batman agreed. And based on what they've taken, we believe they're building something specific. Ben leaned forward. Something to control the Omnitrix. Or its wielder, Batman confirmed grimly. Your rival Albedo has been spotted working alongside Lex Luthor at a hidden facility in the Rocky Mountains. Footage appeared showing the white-haired doppelganger conferring with the bald billionaire over complex schematics. "That's not good," Kevin muttered. "Albedo's smart enough on his own. Give him Luther's resources. They could potentially find a way to control or disable the Omnitrix remotely," Gwen finished, concern evident in her voice. Superman took over again. "We've identified 5 Legion of Doom strike teams preparing for coordinated attacks. Their targets appear to be power stations and communications hubs, infrastructure that would cripple our response capabilities." "When?" Flash asked. "Intel suggests within the next 24 hours, Batman replied. "We need to deploy immediately to intercept and neutralize these threats." Superman began assigning teams. "Wonder Woman, you'll take Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Kevin to the European targets. Flash, you're with Cyborg, Green Arrow, and Black Canary covering North America. Batman will lead a team including Gwen to infiltrate the Rocky Mountain facility and gather intelligence on Albedo and Luthor's plans." "What about me?" Ben asked when Superman didn't mention his name. The Man of Steel exchanged a glance with Batman before responding. "You'll remain at the Watchtower, Ben." "What? Why?" Ben protested, standing up. "I should be out there helping." "It's too risky," Batman stated flatly. "If Albedo and Luthor have developed technology that can interfere with the Omnitrix, placing you in the field could be playing right into their hands." Ben felt his temper rising. "So I'm just supposed to sit here and do nothing while everyone else risks their lives? I've been fighting guys like Albedo since I was 10. "Ben," Gwen said softly, "they have a point. You're Albedo's primary target. He'd love to get you in a position where he could disable the Omnitrix. Not to mention," Superman added, "we still need to find a way to get you home. Zatanna is arriving today with resources that might help. Working with her could be our best chance at solving the dimensional problem." Ben wanted to argue further, but the logic was sound, even if it frustrated him. With a sigh, he sank back into his chair. "Fine. I'll stay and play nice with the Magic Lady." Superman nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Ben. Your knowledge of Albedo will still be valuable from here. You can coordinate with the teams via the Watchtower systems." As the meeting broke up and teams prepared to deploy, Kevin approached Ben. "Hey, don't sweat it," he said, clapping a hand on Ben's shoulder. "Someone's gotta hold down the fort." "Yeah, whatever," Ben muttered. "Look at it this way," Kevin continued, lowering his voice. "You get one-on-one time with Zatanna. From what I hear, she's hot." Ben rolled his eyes. "Is that all you think about?" "No," Kevin grinned, "sometimes I think about cars too." Despite himself, Ben laughed. "Just be careful out there, okay? And watch Gwen's back." "Always do," Kevin promised, his expression turning serious. "You know, Tennyson, for a superhero from another dimension, you're not half bad at the friendship thing." "Yeah, well, don't get used to it," Ben replied with a smirk. The teams departed over the next hour, teleporting to their assigned locations around the globe. Ben found himself alone in the Watchtower's monitor room, surrounded by screens showing mission feeds and global status reports. Only Martian Manhunter remained aboard besides him, silently monitoring communications from his station. "This sucks," Ben muttered to himself, spinning idly in a control chair. "Perhaps a different perspective would help," suggested a melodic female voice from behind him. Ben spun around to see a young woman in a magician's outfit, black tuxedo jacket, white shirt, fishnets, and top hat, standing in the doorway. Her striking blue eyes and knowing smile immediately caught his attention. "You must be Ben," she said, stepping into the room and extending a gloved hand. "I'm Zatanna." Ben stood quickly, nearly toppling the chair in his haste. Yeah, yes, I'm Ben. Ben Tennyson. From another dimension. But you probably knew that already." "Smooth, Tennyson. Real smooth." Zatanna's smile widened as they shook hands. I did, yes. Superman briefed me on the situation. Dimensional displacement, potential magical solutions, and a watch that turns you into aliens. The Omnitrix, Ben clarified, lifting his wrist to show her. Not magic, though. Advanced alien tech. In my experience, the line between advanced technology and magic gets very blurry, Zatanna replied thoughtfully. Arthur C. Clarke once said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. I've seen enough of both to know the difference, Ben said with a shrug. But right now, I'd take either if it meant getting home, or at least being useful while I'm stuck here. Zatanna studied him for a moment, her blue eyes seemingly looking through him rather than at him. You're frustrated. Sidelined while others take action. Wouldn't you be? Ben challenged. I've saved my universe multiple times. I've fought everything from alien warlords to interdimensional conquerors. But here, they treat me like I'm just a kid who needs protection. The Justice League tends to be protective of those they see as their responsibility, Zatanna acknowledged. But from what I've heard, you're hardly defenseless. Ben couldn't help grinning slightly. You could say that. Want to see? Without waiting for an answer, he activated the Omnitrix, cycling through alien forms before selecting one. With a flash of green light, he transformed into a hulking, four-armed red alien with 4 yellow eyes. 4 arms, he announced, flexing his massive limbs. This is just one of about 70 options. Zatanna didn't flinch or step back, just observed with obvious fascination. Remarkable. The magical, technological, transformation is complete. You're fully Tetraman now, not just appearance but biology. You know about Tetramans? 4 Arms asked, surprised. I've encountered beings from many dimensions, she explained. The multiverse is vast, and magic users tend to bump into its stranger corners. The Omnitrix symbol on 4 Arms' shoulder beeped, and green light enveloped him again, returning Ben to human form. Sorry about that, short demonstration. I'm trying to conserve energy since apparently I'm on watchtower duty. Actually, Zatanna smiled mischievously, I have a better idea. Show me what this place has for a library. I brought some books that might help us, but I need to cross-reference them with whatever the League has on dimensional travel. Ben perked up. So we're actually going to work on getting me home? Among other things, Zatanna nodded. The dimensional barriers between our universes were weakened by recent events. Understanding how you crossed over might be key to both sending you back and preventing future incursions. For the first time since the meeting, Ben felt genuinely useful again. Libraries this way. And wait until you see their database, makes Google look like a kid's toy. As they walked through the watchtower's corridors, Ben found himself stealing glances at Zatanna. She carried herself with confidence but none of the intimidating authority that Batman projected or the godlike presence of Superman. Instead, she had an approachable warmth that put him at ease. So, he ventured, how long have you been with the Justice League? I'm more of a consultant than a full-time member, she replied. I run my own magic show in Vegas most of the year. The League calls me in when they need magical expertise. A real magic show? Like rabbits from hats and stuff? Zatanna laughed, a sound that made Ben smile automatically. Sometimes, yes, though I prefer more impressive illusions. The audience doesn't know that my tricks are actual magic, of course. That's pretty cool, Ben admitted. Using real powers but making people think it's just entertainment. Says the boy who transforms into aliens, she teased. Don't tell me you've never been tempted to use the Omnitrix for fun. Well, Ben scratched the back of his head sheepishly, there was this one time with Upgrade and my principal's car. Their conversation continued as they reached the library, a vast chamber with both physical books and advanced holographic interfaces. For the next few hours, they pored over ancient texts and dimensional theories, comparing notes and testing magical detection spells on the Omnitrix. Ben found himself enjoying Zatanna's company more than he'd expected. Unlike some of the League members who treated him with cautious respect or professional distance, she spoke to him as an equal, genuinely interested in his adventures and perspective. "So this Professor Paradox just appears whenever time is in danger?" she asked as they took a break, sharing sandwiches Ben had located in the watchtower's kitchen. "Pretty much. No warning, just shows up with cryptic advice and disappears again." Ben took a bite of his sandwich. "He helped us against Maltruant, but he's been MIA since. Said something about critical temporal junctures requiring his attention elsewhere." "Time travelers," Zatanna sighed with fond exasperation. "Always so dramatic. You know other time travelers?" "A few. The magical community has its share of chronomancers. They tend to be." She was interrupted by an urgent alert from the communications system. Ben jumped to his feet, rushing to the nearest interface panel. "Watchtower, come in." Flash's strained voice came through. "We need backup. The Legion's tech is static cut through the transmission." "Flash. Flash, come in." Ben called, activating the emergency protocols Batman had shown him. "John, are you getting this?" The Martian Manhunter's voice responded through the system. "Yes. Multiple teams are reporting similar situations. The Legion of Doom appears to have deployed technology that disrupts our communications and possibly our metahuman abilities." Ben exchanged a worried glance with Zatanna. "They're using something derived from Albedo's tech. It's got to be. We need to help them," Zatanna said, already heading for the door. "Superman and Batman ordered me to stay put," Ben reminded her, though he was already following. "Good thing I don't take orders from them, then," she replied with a determined smile. "And technically, they told you to work with me on the dimensional problem. This is related." Ben grinned. "I like how you think." They rushed to the monitor room, where Martian Manhunter was coordinating the emergency response. "Flash's team is in the most immediate danger," John reported. "They encountered Gorilla Grodd, Captain Cold, and Mirror Master at a power station outside Central City. The Legion has deployed some kind of dampening field that's neutralizing Flash's speed." "Send us in," Ben urged. "Zatanna and I can help." John hesitated. Batman was explicit, "With respect, John," Zatanna interrupted, "we don't have time for protocol. If Flash and his team are in danger, every second counts." After a brief internal struggle, John nodded. "Very well. Preparing emergency teleport to Central City Power Station. Stand by." Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through his options. "Going with Diamond Head for this one. His crystalline body should be resistant to whatever tech they're using to dampen powers." "Good thinking," Zatanna agreed, pulling what appeared to be a wand from her jacket. "I'll shield us with a spell as we materialize, just in case." Seconds later, they stood on the teleportation pad as energy swirled around them. "Be careful," John warned. "And Ben?" "Yeah. Batman will not be pleased." Ben transformed into Diamond Head just before teleportation completed. Story of my life. The Central City Power Station materialized around them, or what was left of it. Part of the main building had collapsed, and electrical discharges arced between damaged transformers. In the center of the chaos, Flash and his team were pinned down behind a concrete barrier, under fire from Legion members. "Zatanna, shield." Diamond Head called as enemy fire immediately turned toward their arrival point. "Blaze fo Neutzatorp Repa." Zatanna chanted, her words flowing backward as a shimmering magical barrier materialized around them just in time to deflect energy blasts from Captain Cold's gun. "Ben." "Zatanna." Flash called from his position. "What are you doing here?" "Saving your speedy butt." Diamond Head replied, stepping forward and extending his arms. Crystal shards shot from his hands, forcing Captain Cold to take cover. "What's the situation?" "Grodd's deployed some kind of dampening tech." Flash explained, briefly attempting to use his speed only to move at normal human pace. It's neutralizing my powers, cyborg systems are glitching, and Green Arrow and Black Canary are pinned down in the control room. Diamond Head assessed the battlefield. That device, he pointed to a pulsing purple machine near where Grodd was directing operations. That's Albedo's tech, modified. We need to take it out. On it. Flash said, moving to dash forward before remembering his speed was gone. Right. No powers. This is weird. I'll draw their fire, Diamond Head decided. Zatanna, can you get Flash to that device? I think it's specifically targeting metahumans and technology, but magic might be unaffected. Zatanna nodded. Emiseb Elbasivni ot Lasigolancet Srozens, she incanted. A shimmer of energy surrounded her and Flash. This should mask us from their scanners, but not from direct sight. We'll need a distraction. Distraction is my middle name, Diamond Head grinned, then charged directly toward the Legion forces, his crystalline body absorbing their fire. Hey, monkey brain. Remember me? Grodd turned, his massive gorilla form tensing at the sight of the crystalline alien. The shapeshifter from the other dimension. How fortunate. Luthor will be pleased when I bring him your corpse. Yeah. You and what army? Diamond Head taunted, continuing to draw fire as he saw Zatanna and Flash beginning to circle toward the dampening device. This one, Grodd growled, gesturing to Mirror Master, who grinned malevolently. Suddenly, reflective surfaces throughout the power station glowed, and dozens of identical Legion members stepped out, mirror duplicates of Captain Cold, Mirror Master himself, and even Grodd. That's a neat trick, Diamond Head admitted, backing up slightly. But I've got a few of my own. He slammed his fists into the ground, causing crystal structures to erupt throughout the battlefield, creating barriers for Flash and Zatanna while simultaneously destroying many of the reflective surfaces Mirror Master was using. My mirrors, the villain cried in dismay. Diamond Head continued his offensive, charging toward the real Grodd. The super-intelligent gorilla attempted to use his telepathic abilities, but they slid off Diamond Head's crystalline mind. Sorry, banana breath, Diamond Head taunted. Petrosapiens are resistant to mental manipulation. Grodd snarled and charged, massive fists swinging. Diamond Head met the assault head-on, his diamond-hard body withstanding the powerful blows. They exchanged strikes, Grodd's raw strength against Diamond Head's durability and sharp crystalline edges. Meanwhile, Flash and Zatanna had almost reached the dampening device when they were spotted by Captain Cold. We've got company. Cold called out, firing his freeze ray at them. Zatanna quickly countered, Nrut Eci Otni Rital. The freezing beam transformed into harmless water mid-air, splashing ineffectively at their feet. Flash, though without his speed, still possessed the combat training of an experienced hero. He engaged Captain Cold in hand-to-hand combat while Zatanna approached the device. Ben, she called out. I need time to disable this thing. Diamond Head, still grappling with Grodd, glanced over. Little busy here. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest began beeping, warning of an impending timeout. Not now, he groaned, redoubling his efforts against Grodd. With a massive effort, he managed to hurl the gorilla into a group of mirror duplicates before sprinting towards Zatanna and the device. Whatever you're going to do it fast, he urged her, taking up a defensive position. Zatanna began a complex incantation, magical energy swirling around her hands as she attempted to unravel the technology magically. Meanwhile, Mirror Master had regrouped and was sending duplicates to surround them. The beeping of the Omnitrix grew more urgent. Diamond Head grimaced, knowing what was coming. In a desperate move, he created a crystal dome around Zatanna and the device, protecting her as she worked. Flash, he called. Get ready. A moment later, green light engulfed Diamond Head, and Ben returned to human form just as Mirror Master and his duplicates converged on their position. Well, Mirror Master gloated, approaching the now powerless teenager. Not so tough without your transformations, are you? Doesn't matter, Ben replied, backing against the crystal dome he'd created as Diamond Head. I've done my part. Inside the dome, Zatanna completed her spell with a final, Yortst 8 Nightmare Asived. The purple machine sparked, smoked, and then exploded in a controlled magical detonation. Instantly, Flash blurred into super speed, becoming a scarlet streak that dismantled the mirror duplicates in seconds. Cyborg, his systems back online, unleashed a sonic blast that sent Captain Cold flying. Green Arrow and Black Canary, freed from their pinned position, joined the counterattack. Ben, however, found himself face to face with Grodd, who had recovered and now loomed over him. You've caused quite enough trouble, the gorilla growled, raising a massive fist. Ben glanced at the Omnitrix, still recharging, the interface glowing red. He dropped into the defensive stance Batman had drilled into him, preparing for the worst. The blow never landed. A blur of red intercepted Grodd, Flash delivering a supersonic punch that sent the villain crashing into a transformer. Not so fast, big guy, Flash quipped, skidding to a halt beside Ben. You okay, kid? Been better, Ben admitted, checking the Omnitrix again. Still recharging. Stay behind me, Flash instructed, zipping away to continue the fight. Ben didn't listen. Instead, he circled around the battlefield, making his way towards Zatanna, who was engaged in magical combat with Mirror Master. The villain was creating portal-like mirrors that redirected her spells back at her. Zatanna. Ben called. Behind you. She spun just in time to see a duplicate emerging from a reflective puddle. Editive LDNA'd low, she incanted, freezing the duplicate in midair. However, the distraction allowed Mirror Master to create a portal directly beneath Zatanna's feet. She began to sink into the reflective surface with a startled cry. Without thinking, Ben dove forward, grabbing her hand just as she disappeared up to her waist. The pull of the mirror portal was strong, threatening to drag them both in. Hold on. Ben grunted, bracing himself against a piece of debris. He glanced desperately at the Omnitrix, which continued to glow stubbornly red. Come on, come on. Let go, Ben. Zatanna called, her lower body now completely submerged in the mirror dimension. You'll be pulled in too. Not happening. Ben refused, maintaining his grip on her hand. Flash. Cyborg. Anyone. The others were engaged in their own battles, too distant to help immediately. Mirror Master approached, grinning triumphantly. 2 for the price of 1, he said. Luthor will be pleased. Just then, the Omnitrix beeped, the interface shifting from red to green. Ben didn't hesitate, slamming his palm down while maintaining his grip on Zatanna. Goop, he announced as he transformed into a slime-like alien composed of malleable green goo, a small anti-gravity projector hovering above him. Using his amorphous form to advantage, Goop extended himself like a bungee cord, one portion firmly anchored to the ground while another maintained a strong grip on Zatanna. With a mighty pull, he yanked her free from the mirror portal. Okay, that's disgusting but impressive, Zatanna commented as she regained solid ground, looking at the slime hand still holding hers. Goop's face formed a smile within his gelatinous body. I've got plenty more where that came from. He turned toward Mirror Master, who was backing away nervously. Time for a reflection check. Goop surged forward, his liquid body engulfing the villain before he could create another portal. The anti-gravity projector hovered above them, controlling Goop's movements as he effectively contained Mirror Master within his amorphous form. I can't breathe, the villain panicked, his voice muffled by the slime. Relax, Goop replied, forming air pockets around the man's face. I'm not going to drown you. Just keeping you contained until this is over. With Mirror Master neutralized, the tide of battle quickly turned. Without their reflective reinforcements, Captain Cold and Grodd found themselves outmatched by the fully powered Justice League team. Within minutes, all 3 villains were in custody. As cleanup began, Flash approached Goop and Zatanna. Nice work, you two. Especially you, Ben. That was quick thinking with the slime form. Goop reverted to Ben in a flash of green light. Thanks. Though I'm guessing Batman's still going to kill me for disobeying orders. Probably, Flash agreed cheerfully. But he'll have to admit you saved our bacon. That dampening tech had us completely pinned down. Zatanna placed a hand on Ben's shoulder. I'll take full responsibility. I technically outrank you in the League hierarchy, so I can claim I ordered you to assist. You don't have to do that, Ben protested. Trust me, I've dealt with Batman's disapproval before, she winked. Besides, we gathered valuable intel on Albedo and Luthor's technology. That was worth bending a few rules. As predicted, Batman was not pleased when they returned to the Watchtower. The Dark Knight's scowl deepened as Flash recounted the battle, though his expression softened marginally when he heard how Ben and Zatanna had disabled the dampening device. You directly disobeyed a standing order, Batman stated, fixing Ben with a stern look. Yes, I did, Ben admitted, meeting the gaze unflinchingly. And I'd do it again. The team needed help. The decision to deploy you wasn't yours to make. With respect, Batman, Zatanna interjected, it was mine. As a League consultant with field authority, I determined Ben's assistance was necessary given the nature of the technology we were facing. Batman's eyes narrowed slightly. Convenient interpretation of protocol. But accurate, Superman added, joining the conversation. And effective. The dampening technology has been recovered for study, and we now have better insight into what Luthor and Albedo are planning. Batman seemed about to argue further but instead gave a curt nod. The technology is concerning. Cyborg and the Atom are analyzing it now, but preliminary findings suggest it's specifically designed to target metahuman abilities and advanced technology. Including the Omnitrix, Ben guessed. Potentially, Batman confirmed. Which is why we need to accelerate our investigation of their main facility in the Rockies. When do we leave? Ben asked automatically. To his surprise, Batman didn't immediately shut him down. Tomorrow. 0600 hours. You, Zatanna, and I will infiltrate the facility while the main League forces create a diversion at their decoy locations. Ben blinked in surprise. Wait, you're actually letting me come along? Your knowledge of Albedo and the Omnitrix will be valuable, Batman explained. And you've demonstrated adequate field competence. Coming from Batman, adequate was practically a glowing endorsement. Ben fought back a grin. Thank you. I won't let you down. See that you don't, Batman replied, already turning to leave. Training room, 1 hour. If you're coming on this mission, we need to work on your hand-to-hand combat when the Omnitrix is recharging. As Batman departed, Flash clapped Ben on the shoulder. Congratulations, kid. You've been upgraded from tolerated to useful in Batman's book. That's faster than most of us managed. The next few hours passed in a blur of preparation. True to his word, Batman put Ben through an intense training session, focusing on evasion tactics and using the environment to advantage when outmatched physically. Though exhausting, Ben had to admit the lessons were valuable, especially when operating in human form between transformations. Later, Ben joined Zatanna in the laboratory, where she continued her magical analysis of the dimensional energies surrounding the Omnitrix. I think I'm getting closer to understanding how you were transported here, she explained, magical energy swirling around her fingertips as she traced patterns over the device. The quantum signature is unique, not just a random breach, but a targeted extraction. You mean someone specifically pulled me into this dimension? Ben asked. It seems that way, Zatanna confirmed. The magical resonance pattern suggests intention, not accident. Great, Ben sighed. So not only am I stuck in the wrong universe, but someone wanted me here for a reason. Look on the bright side, Zatanna smiled. At least you've made some friends along the way. Ben couldn't help smiling back. Yeah, I guess I have. Their eyes met for a moment longer than necessary before Ben awkwardly cleared his throat. So, what else can your magic tell about the Omnitrix? It's adapting, she replied, returning to her analysis. The device is subtly altering its own quantum frequency to match this dimension. That's likely why your transformations have been working normally despite being in a different universe. Azimuth designed it to adapt to any environment, Ben explained, referring to the Omnitrix as creator. I guess that includes different dimensions too. Their work continued late into the night, periodically interrupted by updates from other League teams. Gwen and Kevin had successfully infiltrated one of Luthor's secondary facilities in Metropolis, discovering shipping manifests that confirmed their suspicions. The Legion was gathering components for a larger version of the dampening technology, potentially capable of affecting the entire eastern seaboard. Around midnight, Wonder Woman returned from the European mission, joining Ben and Zatanna in the commissary for a late meal. Despite the intense day, the Amazon princess appeared as fresh and composed as ever. Your cousin is quite impressive, Wonder Woman told Ben as they ate. Her magical abilities proved invaluable against Black Adam in Athens. Gwen's always been the talented one, Ben admitted. I just got lucky with finding the Omnitrix. Wonder Woman studied him thoughtfully. You underestimate yourself, Ben Tennyson. Luck may have given you the Omnitrix, but your choices determine how you use it. That's what Grandpa Max always says, Ben smiled faintly. He thinks I got the Omnitrix because I was worthy of it, not just because I was in the right place at the right time. Your grandfather sounds like a wise man. He is, Ben agreed. Best plumber in the galaxy, according to most alien species. Taught me everything I know about being a hero. Wonder Woman nodded approvingly. A warrior is shaped not just by their weapons, but by their teachers and their heart. You have been fortunate in all three. The conversation shifted to preparations for the upcoming mission. Wonder Woman would be coordinating the diversionary attacks while Batman led the infiltration team. Luthor will be expecting us, she cautioned. And Albedo knows your tactics, Ben. Then we'll have to surprise them, Ben replied confidently. I've picked up a few new tricks since arriving here. Batman has been teaching you? Wonder Woman asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Hand-to-hand combat, tactical analysis, the whole broody detective package, Ben confirmed with a grin. Plus Flash helped with speed training, and Green Lantern showed me some containment techniques I can adapt with aliens like Goop and Gravitack. You learn quickly, Wonder Woman observed. A valuable trait in both warriors and heroes. Had to, Ben shrugged. When you're fighting aliens trying to destroy the universe every other week, you either adapt or get squashed. Wonder Woman's expression turned more serious. Tell me, Ben Tennyson, why do you fight? The question caught Ben off guard. What do you mean? You wield perhaps the most powerful device in your universe. You could use it for personal gain, for glory, even for conquest. Yet you choose to be a hero. Why? Ben considered the question thoughtfully. It wasn't something he often articulated, even to himself. I guess, because I can, he said finally. The Omnitrix gives me the ability to help people who can't help themselves. Not using it that way would be wrong. He paused, then continued, when I was younger, it was all about the excitement, the adventure. Being a hero was cool. But over the years, I've seen what happens when power is misused. I've seen worlds destroyed, people hurt. The Omnitrix might be on my wrist, but it doesn't just belong to me, it belongs to everyone who needs protecting. Wonder Woman nodded, satisfaction in her eyes. That is the answer of a true hero, Ben Tennyson. Not the power you wield, but how and why you wield it defines you. Zatanna, who had been quietly listening, added, that's what separates you from Albedo. He sees the Omnitrix as a means to personal power. You see it as a responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Ben quipped with a smile. Wrong universe, Zatanna laughed, but the principle stands. Their conversation continued for another hour before Wonder Woman excused herself to prepare for the next day's operations. Ben and Zatanna remained, talking about their respective worlds and experiences. "So in your universe, there are no superheroes?" Zatanna asked. "Not like here," Ben explained. "There are other plumbers, and some humans with powers, but nothing organized like the Justice League. Most people don't even know aliens exist, despite how many times Earth has been invaded." "People see what they want to see," Zatanna observed. "Even in this universe, where Superman flies openly through the skies of Metropolis, people find ways to normalize the extraordinary. Makes maintaining a secret identity easier, I guess," Ben commented. "Though I've never been great at the secret part. Too many people know about the Omnitrix." "Does that bother you? Not having a normal life?" Ben considered the question. "Sometimes. Especially when I was younger and missing school dances or baseball games because I was off-planet fighting some interstellar warlord. But now?" He shrugged. "I can't imagine being just regular Ben Tennyson anymore." "The hero becomes part of who you are," Zatanna nodded understanding. "Not just what you do." "Exactly. What about you? Ever wish you could just be a regular magician doing regular tricks?" Zatanna smiled wistfully. "Occasionally. But magic is in my blood, literally. My father was Zatara, one of the greatest sorcerers of his generation. Denying that part of myself would be denying who I am." "Your father was a sorcerer too?" "That's cool." Ben hesitated, noting her use of past tense. "Is he?" "He's not dead," Zatanna clarified, though sadness tinged her voice. "But he's elsewhere. He sacrificed himself to become the host of Dr. Fate, a Lord of Order. His consciousness still exists within Fate's helmet, but he's not truly himself anymore." "I'm sorry," Ben said sincerely. "That must be hard." "It is. But he made his choice to protect others, just as your grandfather taught you to do." She brightened slightly. "Besides, I still have my magic shows. They're my way of connecting with regular people, of bringing a little wonder into their lives without the apocalyptic stakes we usually deal with." "I'd like to see one of your shows someday," Ben said, then immediately felt his face heat up. "I mean, if we figure out this dimensional travel thing and I can visit or something." Zatanna's smile turned playful. "I'd like that, Ben Tennyson. I could even pull you out of a hat as part of the act. Only if I get to be Alien X for the grand finale," he joked back, relieved she hadn't made things awkward. The late hour finally caught up with them, and they reluctantly parted ways to get some rest before the mission. As Ben lay in his assigned quarters, staring at the ceiling, he reflected on how quickly he'd adapted to life in this universe. Part of him still desperately wanted to get home, to his parents, his school, the familiar challenges of his world. But another part had found something valuable here, new allies, new perspectives, and perhaps even new friends. Tomorrow would bring another battle, another chance to prove himself to the Justice League. But somehow, Ben felt he'd already passed the most important test, finding his place among these legendary heroes, if only temporarily. The morning came too quickly. At 0500 hours, Ben was already in the briefing room, reviewing the mission parameters with Batman, Zatanna, and the rest of the League leadership. Holographic displays showed satellite imagery of the Rocky Mountain facility, a seemingly abandoned mining operation that satellite thermal imaging revealed to be teeming with activity below ground. "Primary objective is intelligence gathering," Batman explained, highlighting key entry points. "We need to confirm exactly what Luthor and Albedo are building, and if possible, sabotage their efforts. Secondarily," Superman added, "we want to determine if they have any connection to the dimensional anomalies that brought Ben, Gwen, and Kevin to our universe." Ben studied the facility schematics. Knowing Albedo, he'll have the most sensitive research in the most secure location. Probably here, he pointed to a heavily shielded section deep underground. And he'll expect me to come crashing in as something big and powerful like Humongosaur. Which is why you won't, Batman stated. Stealth is essential for this operation. I've got just the alien for that, Ben assured him. Big Chill can go intangible and invisible. Perfect for infiltration. Batman nodded approvingly. Zatanna will use magic to mask our approach. I'll disable their security systems to allow us access to the lower levels. The briefing concluded with coordination of the diversionary attacks. Wonder Woman, Superman, and the majority of League forces would launch simultaneous strikes against known Legion facilities across the country, drawing attention and resources away from the Rocky Mountain base. Communications will be limited once we're inside, Batman warned. The facility likely has dampening technology similar to what we encountered yesterday. I can establish a magical link between us, Zatanna offered. It won't be affected by technological interference. With final preparations complete, the infiltration team boarded a stealth Javelin. The sleek aircraft was virtually undetectable by conventional radar, its black surface absorbing rather than reflecting signals. Nervous? Zatanna asked Ben as they took their seats for departure. About the mission? Nah, Ben replied with practiced nonchalance. About working directly with Batman? Maybe a little. Zatanna chuckled. He grows on you. Like a very intimidating fungus. I can hear you, Batman commented from the pilot's seat, though Ben could have sworn he detected a hint of amusement in the Dark Knight's voice. The journey to the Rockies took less than an hour in the hypersonic Javelin. They approached from high altitude, the aircraft's stealth systems ensuring they remained undetected. Dropping to insertion altitude, Batman announced, bringing the Javelin down in a secluded valley 3 miles from the target. Final equipment check. They had each been equipped with specialized gear for the mission. Batman wore his standard utility belt plus additional EMP devices designed to disable Luthor's security systems. Zatanna carried various magical artifacts, including a crystal that could detect dimensional energies. Ben had the Omnitrix, of course, fully charged and ready. Remember, Batman said as they exited the Javelin into the crisp mountain air, this is reconnaissance first. We avoid engagement unless absolutely necessary. Got it, Ben confirmed. Sneaky mode activated. They made their way through the dense forest surrounding the facility. When they reached the perimeter, Zatanna cast a concealment spell. Ekam su elbasivni ot srozens dna saya, she incanted, magical energy briefly surrounding the team. We're now invisible to both technological detection and normal vision, she explained. But physical barriers will still stop us. That's my cue, Ben said, activating the Omnitrix. In a flash of green light, he transformed into the moth-like alien he'd mentioned earlier. Big Chill. The ghostly blue alien spread his wings briefly before folding them around himself like a cloak. I'll scout ahead and disable any immediate threats. Follow my frost trail. Big Chill turned intangible and partly invisible, phasing through the electrified fence surrounding the facility. As he moved, he left a nearly imperceptible trail of frost crystals for Batman and Zatanna to follow. The outer perimeter was heavily guarded by automated sentry guns and patrol drones. Big Chill simply passed through them, his intangibility rendering them useless against him. Where necessary, he subtly froze control mechanisms, creating openings for his teammates to follow. They reached the main entrance without incident. Batman quickly attached a device to the electronic lock, bypassing it within seconds. Once inside, they found themselves in what appeared to be a normal mining operation, equipment, or samples, and worker stations. The real facility is below, Batman whispered, consulting a holographic map projected from his gauntlet. Thermal imaging shows significant heat signatures at least 5 levels down. Big Chill phased partially through the floor, his head disappearing for a moment before re-emerging. There's an elevator shaft behind that false wall, he reported, pointing to what appeared to be solid rock. And guards, humans with advanced weapons. Batman nodded. Zatanna. The magician stepped forward, whispering an incantation. The guards beyond the wall suddenly slumped forward, falling into a magical sleep. That won't last long, she warned. Maybe 10 minutes. Batman quickly located the hidden mechanism that opened the false wall, revealing an advanced elevator as Big Chill had described. The sleeping guards were quickly secured with zip ties, and the team descended into the heart of the facility. As they passed level after level, the mining facade gave way to clearly advanced technology. The fifth sublevel revealed a massive laboratory complex bustling with activity. Scientists in white lab coats moved between workstations, while Legion of Doom members supervised various aspects of the operation. The elevator stopped at sublevel 6, opening into an empty corridor. The team quickly exited, with Big Chill scouting ahead once more. Main research center is through those doors, he reported, returning from his reconnaissance. And you're not going to like what they're building. Batman overrode the security on a side entrance, allowing them to slip into an observation gallery overlooking the main laboratory. What they saw confirmed their worst fears. A massive version of the dampening device from Central City dominated the center of the lab. But it had been modified, expanded, with components that Ben recognized from his own universe. That's galvanic mechamorph technology, Big Chill whispered, pointing to sections of the device that appeared to be made of living metal with green circuitry patterns. And those components, they're from a Chronosapien time bomb. Time manipulation combined with power dampening, Batman observed grimly. They're building a device that can neutralize all superhuman abilities across a massive area, possibly permanently. There's more, Zatanna added, her crystal glowing brightly as she pointed to another section of the laboratory. Those energy readings, they're creating a dimensional portal. In a separate chamber visible through reinforced glass, scientists worked on a circular platform surrounded by pylons generating crackling purple energy, similar to the portals that had brought Ben to this universe. They're trying to access other dimensions, Big Chill realized. Probably to bring more technology or allies from my universe. Or to send something from this universe into others, Batman suggested ominously. They moved closer, careful to remain concealed in the observation gallery. From their new vantage point, they could see Lex Luthor himself supervising the portal work, while Albedo, in his human form, directed modifications to the dampening device. We need to get closer, Batman decided. That control station will have the complete schematics. Big Chill nodded. I'll create a distraction on the far side of the lab. When everyone's attention is there, you too can access the computer. Be careful, Zatanna warned. Remember what happened with the smaller version of that device. It might affect your transformation if you get too close. I'll keep my distance, Big Chill assured her, then phased through the floor of the gallery. He reappeared near a secondary power conduit on the opposite side of the laboratory. Making himself briefly visible, he exhaled his freezing breath on critical junctions, causing systems to fail and alarms to trigger. Security breach in Section D, someone shouted, as technicians and guards rushed toward the disturbance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Batman and Zatanna slipped down to the main laboratory floor, making their way to the unattended control station. Batman quickly began downloading data while Zatanna kept watch, her magic ready. Big Chill, meanwhile, continued his sabotage, freezing equipment and creating general havoc while remaining mostly invisible and intangible. The confusion allowed him to get closer to the dimensional portal chamber, where he overheard a conversation between Luthor and a scientist. The calibration is complete, Mr. Luthor, the scientist reported. We can open a stable connection to the target universe on your command. Excellent, Luthor replied, a cold smile forming. Prepare for initial test sequence. I want to send the probe through within the hour. Big Chill moved to rejoin Batman and Zatanna, planning to report what he'd heard, when suddenly the Omnitrix symbol on his chest began beeping rapidly, not the usual timeout warning, but something different. What the? He muttered, looking down at the symbol. It was pulsing with unusual patterns, as if reacting to something in the environment. Across the lab, Albedo's head snapped up, his red eyes narrowing as he stared directly at where Big Chill hovered, despite his invisibility. He's here, Albedo announced loudly. The Omnitrix bearer has infiltrated the facility. Big Chill's invisibility failed suddenly as the Omnitrix emitted a bright flash of green light. Alarms blared throughout the complex. Activating Omnitrix detection grid, Albedo commanded, pressing a sequence on his control panel. Purple energy surged through the laboratory, forming a web-like pattern in the air. The energy seemed drawn to Big Chill, surrounding him and somehow preventing his intangibility. Ben! Zatanna called out in alarm, her magical disguise similarly disrupted. Batman, still at the control station, worked furiously to complete the data download. 30 seconds, he reported tensely. Big Chill struggled against the energy web, his powers fluctuating. I can't phase through it. Luthor turned from the portal chamber, his expression shifting from surprise to smug satisfaction when he spotted the infiltration team. Batman. I might have known. His gaze shifted to Big Chill. And the alien shapeshifter. How convenient that you've delivered yourself directly to us. Albedo approached, a disturbing smile on his face. I've been expecting you, Tennyson. In fact, I've been counting on your interference. Guards and Legion members converged on their position from all directions. Batman finished the download just as the first guards reached their location. Zatanna, extraction route, he commanded, throwing smoke pellets to cover their position. Troplet su ot tefas. Zatanna chanted, magical energy swirling around herself and Batman. Ben, she called, reaching toward Big Chill, who remained trapped in the energy web. Go. Big Chill shouted back. I'll find another way out. Before Zatanna could protest, Batman pulled her into the teleportation spell, and they vanished in a flash of light. The smoke cleared to reveal Big Chill completely ensnared in the pulsing energy web, surrounded by guards with weapons trained on him. Albedo approached, looking triumphant. At last, the original Omnitrix, within my grasp. Don't count on it, Big Chill retorted, still struggling against his bonds. The Omnitrix on his chest continued to pulse erratically. Luthor joined Albedo, studying the captured alien with scientific interest. So this is one of the transformations your device enables. Fascinating. A Necrophrygian, Albedo explained. Normally capable of intangibility and ice generation. But our containment field negates those abilities by disrupting the Omnitrix's connection to its alien DNA. Luthor nodded approvingly. Excellent work, Albedo. Your contributions to this project have exceeded expectations. I aim to please, Albedo replied with false humility. Now, shall we proceed with extraction of the Omnitrix? Wait, Luthor held up a hand. First, I want to test our new acquisition. He turned to Big Chill. Mr. Tennyson, I presume. Or do you prefer to be addressed as Ben? Big Chill glared at Luthor, refusing to respond. No matter, Luthor continued smoothly. You'll be interested to know that your device has provided the final component we needed. The quantum signature of the Omnitrix is the key to stabilizing our dimensional portal. What are you planning, Luthor? Big Chill demanded, still attempting to break free. Simply expanding my business interests, Luthor replied with a cold smile. Why limit LexCorp to one universe when there are infinite markets to exploit? With Albedo's technology and your Omnitrix as the calibration key, we can open stable portals to any reality we choose. Including my home universe, Albedo added. Where I will finally claim my rightful place as the most advanced intellect, free from this human form. Big Chill's struggles intensified. You don't know what you're messing with. Dimensional travel isn't something you can control like a TV remote. Perhaps not with primitive technology, Albedo conceded. But with the Omnitrix's dimensional calibration matrix, control becomes possible. Why do you think I engineered your arrival in this universe in the first place? The revelation hit Big Chill like a physical blow. You brought me here. With some assistance, Albedo smirked. The dimensional barriers were already weakening due to events beyond my control. I merely, directed the flow to ensure you were pulled through at the right moment. But why? Big Chill demanded. If you wanted the Omnitrix, there were easier ways to try taking it than sending me to another universe. Because, Tennyson, Albedo replied condescendingly, I needed both the Omnitrix and access to this universe's unique resources. Luther's technology, combined with my genius, has created possibilities that neither of our universes could achieve alone. Luther gestured to guards. Take him to the testing chamber. I want to see how our control technology works on other alien forms. As the guards moved to comply, the Omnitrix symbol on Big Chill's chest suddenly flashed brilliantly. The energy web surrounding him fluctuated, creating an opening. What's happening? Luther demanded as warning alarms triggered throughout the lab. The Omnitrix is adapting. Albedo exclaimed, rushing to a control panel. It's reconfiguring to counter our containment field. Big Chill seized the opportunity, focusing all his strength on regaining his intangibility. For a crucial second, the power returned, allowing him to phase through the weakened energy web. Stop him! Luther shouted as Big Chill flew rapidly toward the ceiling. Energy beams and conventional bullets passed harmlessly through his intangible form. Big Chill exhaled his freezing breath, creating a barrier of ice between himself and his pursuers as he phased through the laboratory ceiling. Seal the facility. Luther's voice echoed through the intercom system. Full lockdown. The alien must not escape. Big Chill continued upward, phasing through level after level of the facility. His Omnitrix symbol continued to pulse erratically, and he could feel his transformation becoming unstable. Just a little longer, he muttered to himself. Need to get outside first. He finally emerged from the top of the mountain facility into open air, just as the Omnitrix timed out. Green light enveloped him, and Ben plummeted several feet before landing roughly on the rocky ground. Ow, he groaned, pushing himself up. That's going to leave a mark. In the distance, alarm klaxons blared as security forces emerged from the facility. Ben activated his communicator. Batman, Zatanna, I made it out, but they're right behind me. Need extraction ASAP. Static was his only response. Either the facility's dampening field extended to the surface, or his communicator had been damaged during the escape. Great, Ben muttered, checking the Omnitrix. The interface glowed red, recharging mode. And no alien backup for at least a few minutes. With security forces spreading out to search for him, Ben had no choice but to retreat into the surrounding forest. His survival training kicked in as he moved quietly between trees, using the underbrush for cover while putting distance between himself and his pursuers. After what felt like hours but was likely only 20 minutes, Ben found himself on a ridgeline overlooking the valley where they had landed the Javelin. To his relief, the stealth aircraft was still there, its ramp extended. And at the base of the ramp stood Zatanna, hands raised as she maintained what appeared to be a magical barrier around the ship. Ben started down the slope toward her, but froze when he heard voices behind him. A Legion search party was approaching his position. The Omnitrix remained stubbornly red. Ben looked around desperately for cover or a distraction. His gaze fell on a loose boulder near the edge of the ridge. With a determined grunt, he pushed against it, leveraging his body weight to set it rolling down the opposite side of the ridge from the Javelin. The resulting crash and tumble of rocks drew the attention of the search party, who changed course to investigate. Ben seized the opportunity to scramble down toward the Javelin. Zatanna, he called in a stage whisper as he approached. She turned, relief washing over her face. Ben. Thank goodness. Batman's been scanning the facility looking for you. Where is he now? Inside, preparing for takeoff. We need to leave immediately, the Legion is calling in air support. Ben glanced at the Omnitrix, still recharging. Let's go, then. They hurried up the ramp into the Javelin, where Batman sat at the controls, bringing systems online. You made it, he observed without looking up. Status? Omnitrix is recharging, but otherwise I'm okay, Ben reported, dropping into a seat. Luther and Albedo are building something big, a combination of dimensional portal technology and power dampeners. And they needed the Omnitrix to calibrate it properly. We know, Batman replied grimly. The data I downloaded confirms it. They're planning to extend their influence across multiple universes, starting with yours. And that's not all, Zatanna added, taking her seat as the Javelin's engines powered up. The dimensional portal they're building could potentially allow them to bring anything or anyone from one universe to another. Including an army, Batman concluded. Legion of Doom forces equipped with alien technology from your universe would be nearly unstoppable. The Javelin rose smoothly from its hiding place, stealth systems engaged to maximum. As they accelerated away from the mountain facility, Ben caught sight of Legion aircraft arriving to reinforce the search. That was too close, he sighed, slumping in his seat. And the worst part? Albedo claims he's the one who brought me to this universe in the first place. He wanted the Omnitrix here as some kind of calibration key for their portal technology. Batman and Zatanna exchanged concerned glances. That contradicts what the Collector told us, Zatanna noted. It claimed responsibility for bringing you here. Someone's lying, Batman stated flatly. Or both are telling partial truths. Ben rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Great. So I'm stuck in the middle of some interdimensional chess game between a cosmic collector and my evil twin. The important question is why, Batman said, piloting the Javelin into cloud cover to further mask their retreat. Why would Albedo want to bring you specifically to this universe? If he merely wanted the Omnitrix, there were more direct approaches. Ben considered this. He mentioned something about needing both the Omnitrix and this universe's resources. Something about combining technologies that wouldn't be possible in either universe alone. A technological synergy, Batman mused. LexCorp's resources with Galvan technology could indeed create innovations beyond what either could achieve independently. But at what cost? Zatanna asked. Dimensional breaches on the scale they're planning could destabilize both universes. I don't think they care, Ben replied darkly. Albedo wants to escape his human form and get revenge on Azimuth. Luther wants to expand his corporate empire across dimensions. They're both willing to risk everything for their goals. The Javelin's communication system suddenly activated, Superman's voice coming through clearly. Batman, do you read? The diversionary attacks encountered heavy resistance. Wonder Woman's team was ambushed in Metropolis, they were expecting us. Of course they were, Batman replied. The entire operation was likely a trap to capture Ben and the Omnitrix. Is he with you? Superman asked urgently. Yes. We're returning to the Watchtower now. Good. We have another situation developing. Multiple dimensional anomalies have appeared globally. And there's an entity calling itself the Collector demanding to speak with Ben. Ben sat up straight. The Collector is back. Where? It manifested in the Watchtower's main conference room approximately 10 minutes ago, Superman explained. It claims that the balance has been disrupted and specimens must be retrieved. Batman accelerated the Javelin to maximum speed. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Don't let it leave, and don't agree to any demands. Understood. Superman out. The remainder of the journey passed in tense silence. Ben checked the Omnitrix repeatedly, relieved when it finally shifted from red to green, indicating full charge. Whatever awaited them at the Watchtower, at least he'd have his transformations available. As they approached the orbiting headquarters, they could see unusual energy patterns surrounding it, shimmering purple and blue lights that seemed to phase in and out of normal space. The dimensional barriers are thinning, Zatanna observed worriedly. Whatever the Collector and Albedo are doing, it's having a cumulative effect. Batman guided the Javelin into the docking bay, where Flash waited for them, practically vibrating with nervous energy. About time you guys got back, he greeted them as they disembarked. Our visitor is getting impatient. And creepier by the minute. What exactly has it been doing? Ben asked as they hurried through the corridors toward the conference room. Mostly floating there, being cryptic, Flash replied. But every few minutes, it waves its hand and one of those purple portals appears, showing different locations around Earth. It seems to be monitoring something. They reached the conference room doors, which slid open to reveal a tense standoff. Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and several other League members stood in defensive positions around the table. Hovering above it was the Collector, the same iridescent-skinned entity they had encountered previously, its insect-like eyes swiveling to focus on Ben as he entered. "The Omnitrix bearer returns," it intoned, its colors shifting through various hues. "Good. The disruption approaches critical threshold." "What disruption?" Batman demanded, stepping forward. "What's happening to the dimensional barriers?" The Collector's colors darkened. "The natural order is being violated. Technological interference with dimensional constants has created instability beyond acceptable parameters. The balance must be restored." Ben approached cautiously. "You mean what Luthor and Albedo are doing with their portal technology?" "Their actions accelerate the degradation," the Collector confirmed. "But they are merely opportunists exploiting existing weaknesses. The true threat lies elsewhere." "Where?" Superman asked. The Collector waved a hand, and a portal materialized in the center of the room. Through it, they could see a familiar purple vortex forming above what appeared to be the White House in Washington, D.C. "The convergence point," the Collector explained. "Where the dimensional barriers are thinnest. The entity that dwells between realities seeks ingress." "What entity?" Wonder Woman pressed. Instead of answering directly, the Collector turned to Ben. "You have encountered a fragment of it before. The Time Walker called it Maltruant." Ben's eyes widened in recognition. "The rogue Chronosapian? But we defeated him." "You defeated a manifestation," the Collector corrected. "The true entity exists across multiple dimensions simultaneously. Maltruant was merely one expression of its will." Batman's eyes narrowed. "And now it's trying to fully enter our dimension through these weakened barriers." "Correct. And in doing so, it will consume both this reality and the Omnitrix bearer's universe to fuel its emergence." The implication sent a chill through the room. Ben looked at the portal showing Washington, where the vortex continued to grow. "How do we stop it?" he asked. "Prevention is no longer possible," the Collector stated flatly. "Containment is the only viable strategy." "Meaning what, exactly?" Green Lantern demanded. "Selected specimens must be preserved before reality collapse. I have prepared habitats for representatives of both universes." Superman stepped forward, his expression hard. "We're not abandoning our universe to save ourselves." "Your alternatives are limited," the Collector replied impassively. "The dimensional collapse has progressed too far for conventional intervention." Ben had been studying the portal image carefully, noticing something familiar about the energy patterns surrounding the Washington vortex. "Those energy signatures," he said suddenly. "They're similar to what Albedo and Luthor were generating in their lab. But stronger, more stable." Batman caught his meaning immediately. "They're attempting to harness the dimensional collapse for their own purposes." "A futile effort," the Collector commented. "The entity cannot be controlled by such primitive means." "Maybe not," Ben agreed, "but what if we could use their technology to seal the breach instead of exploiting it?" The Collector's colors shifted to an uncertain pattern. "Theoretically possible, but beyond your technological capabilities." "Not if we combine our resources," Superman countered, understanding Ben's direction. "The Justice League, Ben's alien transformations, and your dimensional knowledge." For the first time, the Collector seemed to consider a different approach. Its faceted eyes studied each of them in turn, lingering longest on Ben. "The Omnitrix," it said finally. "It contains the DNA of celestial sapiens, does it not?" Ben nodded cautiously. Alien X. But that transformation is complicated to use. It requires consensus between 3 personalities to take any action. Nevertheless, a Celestialsapian could potentially seal the breach, the Collector noted. Combined with your technology and my knowledge of dimensional constants. Hope surged through the room as a plan began to form. Batman immediately took charge, organizing the League's resources and assigning tasks. Superman, Wonder Woman, assemble a response team for Washington. Cyborg, analyze the data we recovered from Luthor's facility, focus on the dimensional portal technology. Zatanna, work with the Collector on magical containment options. He turned to Ben. You need to prepare for possible use of your Celestialsapian form. If other options fail, it may be our last resort. Ben nodded seriously. I'll try communicating with Bellicus and Serena ahead of time, see if I can convince them to cooperate. As the League mobilized, the Collector continued monitoring the dimensional disturbances through its portals. The situation was deteriorating rapidly, with similar vortices beginning to form at locations worldwide. Time grows short, it warned. The entity nears completion of its dimensional bridge. Ben found a quiet corner of the watchtower to focus on his impending transformation. Using Alien X was never something he took lightly. The Celestialsapian's power was virtually limitless, but getting Bellicus and Serena to agree on anything was an exercise in frustration. Zatanna found him there, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation. Preparing for your cosmic transformation, she asked softly, sitting beside him. Ben opened his eyes with a sigh. Trying to. Alien X is basically a god, but he's also got the most dysfunctional committee meetings in the universe. I brought something that might help, Zatanna offered, holding out a small crystal pendant. It's an astral focus. Sorcerers use it to maintain consciousness across dimensional boundaries. You think it'll help with Bellicus and Serena? Worth trying, she shrugged. Your mind needs to remain strong when confronting cosmic entities. This might give you an edge. Ben accepted the pendant gratefully. Thanks. For this and, well, everything since I arrived. You've been really cool about all the interdimensional craziness. Zatanna smiled warmly. It's been interesting, to say the least. Not every day I get to work with a cute guy who turns into aliens. Ben felt his cheeks heat up at the compliment. Yeah, well, I don't meet many actual magicians either. Especially not ones who can pronounce words backwards without twisting their tongue. Their eyes met, and Ben suddenly felt an impulse to say something more. Before he could, alarms blared throughout the watchtower. All personnel to emergency stations, Superman's voice announced over the intercom. Dimensional breach in Washington has reached critical levels. Deployment in 5 minutes. Zatanna stood quickly, offering Ben a hand up. Duty calls. Always does, Ben agreed, accepting her help. Rain, check on that, conversation. Definitely, she promised with a smile that gave Ben butterflies despite the impending crisis. They rejoined the others in the hangar bay, where Justice League members were boarding transport ships. The plan had crystallized rapidly, a 3-pronged approach to the dimensional breach. First, conventional forces would secure the area around the vortex in Washington. Second, a technical team would deploy modified versions of Luthor's portal stabilizers, reconfigured to contain rather than exploit the breach. Finally, if all else failed, Ben as Alien X would attempt to repair the dimensional barriers directly. As Ben boarded the lead transport alongside Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Zatanna, the Collector materialized beside them. I will accompany you, it announced. My knowledge of dimensional constants will be necessary for recalibration of the portal technology. Batman looked like he might object, but Superman nodded agreement. We need all the help we can get. The journey to Washington was tense, with reports coming in of dimensional anomalies increasing worldwide. Strange creatures had begun emerging from smaller breaches, some hostile, others merely confused by their sudden transportation to Earth. The entity is testing the barriers, the collector explained, observing these reports impassively. Sending lesser minions through first to assess resistance. Like scouts for an invasion force, Wonder Woman noted grimly. Ben studied the footage of these incursions with growing concern. Some of the creatures resembled aliens he recognized from his universe, while others were completely unfamiliar. All seemed to be converging on Washington, drawn to the main breach like moths to a flame. They're reinforcing the primary portal, Batman observed. Creating a network of smaller breaches that feed energy to the main one. Can we close the smaller breaches first? Ben asked. Cut off the energy supply. The collector considered this. Potentially effective. The smaller apertures lack the stability of the main convergence point. We'll split our forces, Superman decided. Teams to address the smaller breaches while we focus on the main portal. As they approached Washington airspace, the scale of the situation became apparent. The dimensional vortex had grown to enormous proportions, hovering directly above the White House like a malevolent storm cloud. Purple lightning struck the ground repeatedly, each bolt leaving a small tear in reality through which strange entities emerged. Military and civilian emergency forces had established a perimeter, evacuating civilians while engaging hostile creatures. The sky was filled with aircraft attempting to contain the situation, with limited success. This is worse than I expected, Superman murmured as their transport circled the area. The convergence is accelerating, the collector confirmed. We have perhaps 1 hour before full manifestation occurs. Batman was already coordinating with League teams on the ground. Flash, status report. Not good, Bats, came the reply, Flash's voice strained against background chaos. We've got creatures coming through faster than we can contain them. And Luthor's here with some kind of tech setup on the south lawn. Luthor? Superman's expression hardened. What's he doing? Looks like he's trying to stabilize the portal, Flash reported. He's got some kind of containment array pointed at it. Albedo's with him, directing the operation. Ben exchanged glances with Batman. They're trying to harness the breach energy, just like we thought. Which could make everything worse, Batman noted. We need to shut them down first, then deploy our own containment measures. The transport landed near the Washington Monument, which provided a clear line of sight to the White House and the dimensional breach. League members disembarked quickly, organizing into teams per the established plan. Ben surveyed the chaos around them, police and military forming defensive lines, civilians fleeing in terror, strange creatures prowling the National Mall. It was a scene straight out of an apocalyptic movie. I should transform, he said, reaching for the Omnitrix. Something with firepower to clear a path. Batman nodded. But save Alien X for when absolutely necessary. Ben twisted the dial, cycling through options before selecting one. Time for some serious heat. He slammed down on the Omnitrix, green light engulfing him. In his place stood a humanoid being composed entirely of red-hot rocks with flames erupting from his head and shoulders. Heat blast, he announced, flames intensifying around his hands. Let's burn a path through. The team moved toward the White House, engaging creatures that emerged from smaller breaches along the way. Heat blast provided covering fire, literally, creating walls of flame to contain hostile entities while Batman deployed specialized containment devices. Superman and Wonder Woman took to the air, addressing flying threats and attempting to establish a perimeter around the main breach. Zatanna worked alongside the Collector, using a combination of magic and dimensional knowledge to seal the smaller tiers in reality. As they fought their way closer to the south lawn, Heat Blast caught sight of Luthor's operation. A massive array of technology had been set up directly beneath the vortex, similar to what they'd seen in the Rocky Mountain facility but significantly larger. Luthor, protected by a high-tech exosuit, directed Legion members in defensive positions around the array, while Albedo, transformed into a gray, frog-like alien with enhanced intelligence, made adjustments to the central controls. There they are. Heat Blast called out, pointing with a flaming hand. They've almost completed the array. Batman assessed the situation quickly. Superman, Wonder Woman, neutralize the Legion forces. Ben and I will handle Luthor and Albedo. Zatanna, work with the Collector to prepare our countermeasures. The plan was solid, but the battlefield was chaos. As they approached Luthor's position, a massive surge of energy erupted from the vortex above, temporarily blinding everyone with purple light. When vision cleared, a new threat had emerged, a towering figure composed of mechanical parts and shifting temporal energy. Maltruant, Heat Blast whispered in recognition, though this version was far larger and more menacing than the Chronosapien he had faced before. Tennyson, the entity boomed, its voice reverberating with unnatural harmonics. At last, I find you across dimensions. Great, it knows me, Heat Blast muttered, flames intensifying with his apprehension. That's never a good sign. The massive Maltruant began moving toward them, each step causing temporal distortions that made reality itself waver. Age and decay spread from its footprints, grass withering and concrete crumbling to dust. You cannot stop the convergence, Maltruant proclaimed. Time itself bends to my will. Superman and Wonder Woman immediately engaged the entity, their incredible strength seeming insignificant against its temporal powers. Each blow they landed aged and disintegrated before making meaningful impact. We need a new plan, Batman stated, watching the ineffective assault. That entity is beyond conventional opposition. The Collector's colors had paled to an almost ghostly hue. The manifestation is further advanced than anticipated. Physical confrontation is futile. Heat Blast looked between Maltruant and Luthor's array, an idea forming. What if we redirect Luthor's technology? Use it against Maltruant instead of the breach? Risky, Batman assessed. But potentially effective. The array is designed to harness dimensional energy, it might be able to contain a being composed of that same energy. Worth a shot, Heat Blast decided. I'll create a diversion. You get to the controls. Before Batman could object, Heat Blast launched himself skyward on a column of flame, positioning himself between Maltruant and Luthor's array. Hey, Clockwork, he shouted, hurling fireballs at the towering entity. Remember me? The guy who kept kicking your gears across time. Maltruant's attention shifted, its glowing eyes focusing on Heat Blast with malevolent recognition. The Omnitrix bearer, it growled. Your interference ends now. It raised a massive arm, temporal energy gathering around its hand. Heat Blast dodged as a beam of pure chronal power lanced toward him, striking the ground where he had stood and reducing it to primordial dust. Missed me. Heat Blast taunted, continuing his aerial maneuvers to draw Maltruant away from the others. For a Time Master, your aim is pretty slow. Batman seized the opportunity, grappling toward Luthor's array while Maltruant was distracted. Zatanna accompanied him, using magic to deflect Legion members who attempted to intercept. Heat Blast continued his dangerous game of cat and mouse with Maltruant, using his flame propulsion to stay just beyond the entity's reach while peppering it with fireballs. The attacks did minimal damage but succeeded in keeping the entity's attention. Your resistance is meaningless, Maltruant declared. I exist across all timelines simultaneously. Defeat in one moment means nothing to my eternal conquest. Yeah, Heat Blast retorted, narrowly avoiding another temporal beam. Heard it before. Still kicked your shiny metal, his taunt was cut short as the Omnitrix symbol on his chest began beeping. No, not now. The warning came too late. Green light enveloped him, and Ben plummeted toward the ground as his transformation ended. Superman swooped in, catching him before impact. Thanks for the save, Ben gasped as they landed behind a barricade. That was reckless, Superman admonished, though not unkindly. But effective. Batman and Zatanna have reached the array. Ben checked the Omnitrix, recharging, as expected. How much time do they need? More than we have, Superman replied grimly, looking up as Maltruant turned its attention toward Luthor's array, apparently recognizing the threat it posed. The primitive device, it boomed. Irrelevant. It raised both arms, temporal energy gathering for a devastating attack aimed directly at the array, and at Batman, Zatanna, and the others working to repurpose it. No. Ben shouted, desperation driving him to slap the still recharging Omnitrix. To his surprise, it responded, cycling immediately to a transformation he hadn't selected. Emergency randomization activated, the Omnitrix announced in Azmatha's voice, something it had never done before. Green light enveloped Ben, and he transformed into a massive, black humanoid with white star-like dots covering its body. Alien X, the transformation announced in a voice that seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Instantly, Ben found himself in the familiar starry void within Alien X's consciousness, facing the floating faces of Bellicus and Serena, the personalities of rage and love that governed the Celestialsapiens' powers. Ben Tennyson returns, Bellicus grumbled. In another crisis requiring our intervention, no doubt. It's been some time, Ben, Serena greeted more warmly. Though I see you're in quite the predicament again. There's no time for the usual debate, Ben urged. A temporal entity is attempting to breach dimensions and destroy two universes. I need your help to stop it. Time is irrelevant to celestial sapiens, Bellicus reminded him. Your emergency is merely a momentary inconvenience in the cosmic scale. Perhaps, Serena conceded, but destruction of entire universes does warrant consideration. I move we hear Ben's proposal. Seconded, Ben quickly added, having learned how to navigate their parliamentary procedures over the years. Motion carried, Bellicus acknowledged reluctantly. Speak your piece, Tennyson. Outside, Alien X stood motionless as Maltruant's temporal blast approached the array. To everyone else, it appeared that Ben's most powerful transformation had frozen at the critical moment. Ben! Zatanna called out in alarm, preparing a desperate defensive spell. Superman and Wonder Woman positioned themselves to intercept the attack, knowing they couldn't survive it but willing to try regardless. Inside Alien X's consciousness, Ben rapidly explained the situation and his proposed solution. We need to contain Maltruant and repair the dimensional breach. With your power, we can restore the barriers between universes and prevent catastrophe. The affairs of lower dimensions are not our concern, Bellicus objected. Celestial sapiens observe, we don't interfere. Accept you're part of those lower dimensions now, through me, Ben countered. And if these universes are destroyed, the Omnitrix goes with them, including your connection to reality. This gave both personalities pause. He makes a valid point, Serena acknowledged. Our participation in his existence does create a unique circumstance. Furthermore, Ben pressed, seeing his opening, the dimensional breach threatens the cosmic balance, something celestial sapiens are sworn to protect. Bellicus harumphed. Using our own principles against us. Clever, Tennyson. I move we grant Ben temporary access to our full power to address this specific threat, Serena proposed. Seconded. Ben added immediately. Bellicus considered for what felt like an eternity before finally nodding. Motion carried. But be warned, Tennyson, misuse our power, and we'll ensure you never access Alien X again. Understood, Ben agreed. Thank you. Outside, just as Maltruant's temporal blast was about to strike, Alien X suddenly raised a hand. The blast froze in mid-air, suspended as if time itself had stopped, which, in fact, it had. Sorry I'm late, Alien X said, his voice resonating with cosmic power. Had to clear a few things with the committee. With a casual gesture, Alien X dissipated the temporal energy, converting it to harmless light. Then, with deliberate movements, he approached Maltruant, who seemed frozen in shock at encountering a being that could negate its powers so easily. Celestialsapien, Maltruant identified, actual fear evident in its mechanical voice. This was not foreseen. Few things are, when you're dealing with Alien X, the transformed Ben replied. He glanced toward the array, where Batman, Zatanna, and the Collector were working furiously to complete the modifications. Need a little more time. Batman nodded tersely. 2 minutes. You got it. Alien X turned back to Maltruant. Let's take this somewhere less populated. With a wave of his hand, both Alien X and Maltruant were transported to the airspace above Washington, giving the ground teams room to work while keeping the temporal entity contained. Your interference is temporary, Maltruant declared, gathering its power for another attack. I exist across all timelines. Defeat me here, and I simply manifest elsewhere. That's the problem with you cosmic threats, Alien X replied calmly. Always thinking too linearly despite your multidimensional nature. As Maltruant launched its attack, Alien X simply raised a hand. The temporal energy bent around him, harmlessly dispersing into the atmosphere. Let me show you how it's done, Alien X said, extending both hands toward Maltruant. Cosmic energy surged from Alien X, enveloping Maltruant in a web of starlight. The temporal entity struggled against the containment, but found its powers negated within the Celestialsapien's influence. Impossible, it raged. No being can contain my power. I'm not containing it, Alien X explained. I'm redirecting it. All that temporal energy you've been using to breach dimensions. It's going to seal them instead. Below, Batman signaled that the array was ready. Alien X nodded and began descending, bringing the contained Maltruant with him. Now. Alien X commanded as they reached position above Luthor's modified array. Zatanna and the Collector activated the recalibrated technology, creating a vortex that mirrored the dimensional breach above. As Alien X forced Maltruant into this artificial vortex, the entity's own temporal energy was channeled through the array, converted from destructive force to restorative power. The convergence cannot be stopped. Maltruant insisted, though its voice weakened as its energy was drained. I am eternal. Maybe, Alien X acknowledged, but not in this dimension, not today. With a final surge of cosmic power, Alien X completed the process. Maltruant's form collapsed in on itself, drawn back through the dimensional breach it had created. The vortex above began to shrink, the tears in reality mending as the converted temporal energy restored the natural barriers. Luthor and Albedo, who had been detained by Superman and Wonder Woman during the confrontation, watched in fury as their technology was used to close the very portal they had hoped to exploit. No! Albedo shouted, struggling against his restraints. The dimensional gateway was our salvation. Your salvation? Alien X turned to regard the captive Galvan. You nearly caused the destruction of 2 universes for your personal gain. A calculated risk, Albedo insisted. The entity could have been controlled with proper application of technology. The Collector, who had remained mostly silent during the battle, approached Albedo. No being controls the space between dimensions. Your arrogance blinded you to the true danger. As the dimensional breach continued to seal, smaller portals throughout Washington began closing as well. The creatures that had emerged were contained by League forces or, in some cases, simply winked out of existence as reality reasserted itself. Alien X remained focused on the main breach, using his cosmic power to ensure complete closure. Inside his consciousness, Ben maintained the delicate consensus with Bellicus and Serena. The dimensional barriers are stabilizing, Serena observed. The immediate threat is contained. Indeed, Bellicus acknowledged grudgingly. The boy has used our power appropriately, for once. There's one more thing we need to do, Ben told them. The dimensional disturbances affected my friends and me as well. We need to ensure a way back to our universe once this is resolved. Serena nodded understanding. You wish to create a stable pathway home. A reasonable request, Bellicus admitted. Limited in scope and necessary for proper cosmic order. I move we grant this final request before relinquishing control, Serena proposed. Seconded, Ben added quickly. Motion carried, Bellicus confirmed. Outside, as the main breach finally sealed completely, Alien X raised both hands to the sky. A small, controlled portal appeared, different from the chaotic vortex, this one stable and precisely calibrated. A pathway home, Alien X announced. When the time comes. With the crisis averted, Alien X descended to join the others. The Washington Mall was in shambles, with craters and debris scattered across what had once been pristine grounds. Emergency services were already moving in, assisting injured civilians and securing the area. The dimensional breaches are closed, Alien X confirmed to Batman and the others. Maltruant has been forced back to the space between universes, and the barriers have been reinforced. And Luthor's technology? Batman asked. Rendered inert, Alien X replied. The cosmic energy channeled through it burned out its core components. It won't be used again. Superman approached with Luthor and Albedo in custody. What about these two? They nearly caused the destruction of 2 universes. Alien X regarded the captives thoughtfully. Justice should be served in their respective dimensions. Meaning? Wonder Woman asked. Luthor remains here, to face Earth's justice system. Alien X turned to Albedo. You will return to our universe, to answer to Azimuth and the plumbers for your crimes. You cannot judge me, Tennyson, Albedo spat. Even with the power of a Celestialcipian, you lack the will to truly enforce cosmic justice. That's where you're wrong, Alien X replied calmly. It's not lack of will, it's respect for proper authority. Something you never learned. The Collector, who had been examining the sealed breach, turned to address them all. The dimensional balance is restored, temporarily. But the barriers remain weaker than before. Future incursions are possible. Then we'll be ready, Superman stated confidently. Both are universes. Alien X nodded agreement. Which is why we need to establish proper protocols for cross-dimensional communication and response. With a gesture, Alien X created a small crystal similar to the one the Collector had provided earlier. This will allow limited communication between our universes. For emergencies only. Batman accepted the crystal, examining it carefully. Understood. As the immediate crisis subsided and cleanup efforts began in earnest, Alien X glowed with green light, reverting to Ben's human form. The teenager staggered slightly, exhausted from maintaining consensus with Bellicus and Serena. That, he gasped, takes a lot out of you. Zatanna quickly moved to support him. You did it, Ben. You saved both our universes. We all did, Ben corrected, looking around at the assembled heroes, Justice League members working alongside his own friends and allies from his universe. Together. The Collector observed this interaction with its unreadable faceted eyes. Interesting. Cooperation across dimensional boundaries. Rare, but apparently effective. More than effective, Superman replied. Essential. Perhaps there's a lesson here about breaking down barriers rather than enforcing them. The Collector's colors shifted in what might have been the equivalent of a shrug. A perspective. I shall consider it. As emergency crews continued their work and League members coordinated containment of remaining interdimensional entities, Ben found himself standing with Zatanna at the edge of the Washington Monument grounds, looking back at the White House, now free from the looming threat of the vortex. So, Zatanna said after a comfortable silence, I guess this means you'll be heading home soon. Ben nodded, feeling surprisingly conflicted. Yeah. With the dimensional barriers stabilized, we should probably go back before anything else goes wrong. Probably wise, she agreed, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. Though I have to admit, it's been interesting having you around. Just interesting. Ben teased, finding confidence from somewhere despite his exhaustion. Zatanna smiled, meeting his gaze directly. Maybe a little more than just interesting. Before Ben could respond, they were interrupted by Batman's approach. We need to secure the remaining dimensional technology, he stated without preamble. Luthor likely has backups of the designs at other facilities. Always another mission, Ben sighed, though there was no real frustration in it. That was the hero life, after all, one crisis after another. Batman actually smiled slightly, a rare sight that Ben had only witnessed a handful of times during his stay. The League is organizing a debriefing and celebration at the Watchtower. Your presence is requested. A party? For us? Ben asked, surprised. For everyone who helped avert multiversal destruction, Batman clarified. A rare opportunity to acknowledge a job well done before the next crisis. As Batman departed to continue coordination efforts, Ben turned back to Zatanna with a grin. So, about that rain check on our conversation. Zatanna laughed, the sound lifting Ben's spirits even higher. I believe there's a Justice League party in our immediate future, Mr. Tennyson. Care to escort a magician to the festivities? It would be my interdimensional honor, Ben replied with an exaggerated bow. As they joined the others for transportation back to the Watchtower, Ben couldn't help reflecting on how much had changed since his accidental arrival in this universe. He'd fought alongside comic book heroes come to life, faced threats to multiple realities, and perhaps even found connections he hadn't expected. The pathway home awaited, created by Alien X's power. But for tonight at least, Ben Tennyson was exactly where he needed to be, among fellow heroes who had become something more than just allies. They had become friends. Chapter 3, Hero's Journey. 3 days after the Washington incident, the Watchtower buzzed with activity. What had started as a celebration quickly transformed into a strategy session when reports confirmed Superman and Wonder Woman weren't the only ones still trapped in the Collector's Museum dimension. Dozens of heroes and civilians from both universes remained captive, their absence creating dangerous power vacuums. Ben paced the conference room, studying the holographic displays showing known captives. Gwen and Kevin sat nearby, while Batman, Flash, Zatanna, Green Lantern, and other League members worked at various stations. This is taking too long, Ben muttered, frustration evident in his voice. Every minute we waste planning, more people suffer. Rushing in without a strategy got us into this mess, Batman reminded him without looking up from his console. The Collector may have helped against Maltruant, but its primary motivation remains collecting specimens. Which now includes Superman and Wonder Woman, Flash added grimly. Gwen approached her cousin, placing a hand on his shoulder. We'll get them back, Ben. All of them. Ben nodded, appreciating the support but still restless. The roster of missing persons had grown alarmingly. Beyond Superman and Wonder Woman, the Collector had taken Grandpa Max, Rook, several plumbers from Ben's universe, and Justice League members including Hawkgirl, Martian Manhunter, and Green Arrow. Even some reformed villains like Kevin's old Null Void associates had vanished. The dimensional coordinates paradox provided are complex, Cyborg reported, interrupting Ben's thoughts. The museum exists in a pocket dimension that shifts relative position to prevent unauthorized access. Can we breach it? Green Lantern asked. Theoretically, yes, Cyborg replied. But we'd need something to lock onto inside, a beacon or energy signature we could trace. Ben stopped pacing, an idea forming. What about the Omnitrix? It has a built-in recall function that can lock onto specific DNA signatures. If I can calibrate it to track Grandpa Max or Superman. That might work, Batman conceded, but it would require modifications beyond your technical capabilities. Maybe not just technical solutions, Zatanna interjected, looking up from ancient texts she'd been studying. I've found references to magical rituals that can enhance technological artifacts. If the Omnitrix truly contains DNA samples from your grandfather and the others. It does, Ben confirmed. The Omnitrix maintains genetic connections to every transformation I've ever used, plus it's synced with the Plumber database. That includes Grandpa Max's Plumber file. Batman's expression remained skeptical. You're suggesting we combine alien technology with magic to create an interdimensional tracking device. Why not? Flash grinned. Sounds like Tuesday for the Justice League. Kevin, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke up. It could work. I've seen weirder combinations of tech and magic pull off the impossible. He glanced at Gwen, who nodded in agreement. My magic and the Omnitrix have interacted before, she confirmed. Usually by accident, but the results were interesting. Interesting how? Zatanna asked, a hint of professional curiosity in her voice. New transformations, enhanced abilities, temporary power boosts, Ben explained. Though sometimes with unpredictable side effects. Like what? Flash asked. Ben winced slightly. Let's just say Heat Blast isn't supposed to generate ice, and leave it at that. Batman considered the proposal, his tactical mind weighing options. It's risky, but maybe our best chance at locating the museum. Zatanna, what would you need for this ritual? Specialized magical components, some of which are rare, she replied. And a secure location where we won't be interrupted. The ritual could take hours. And we'd need a backup plan in case something goes wrong with the Omnitrix, Ben added, surprising some with his caution. Maybe work on Cyborg's breaching tech simultaneously. Batman nodded, a hint of approval in his expression. Agreed. We'll pursue both approaches. As the meeting continued, responsibilities were assigned. Zatanna would prepare the ritual with Gwen's assistance. Cyborg and Green Lantern would develop the breaching technology. Flash would gather the necessary magical components using his speed. Kevin would work with the remaining League members to prepare transportation and equipment for the rescue mission. And Ben? Batman assigned him the most important task of all, planning the actual infiltration and rescue once they located the museum. Me? Ben questioned, momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't you be in charge of tactics? You're, well, Batman. You've encountered the Collector before. You know the museum's layout. And this operation will require coordination between heroes from both our universes. Batman's tone left no room for argument. The mission is yours to plan. The room fell silent as everyone awaited Ben's response. He looked around at the assembled heroes, some he'd known his entire life, others he'd met just weeks ago. All of them now looking to him for leadership. Okay, he said finally, straightening his shoulders. Let's do this. For the next 12 hours, Ben threw himself into planning mode. Using the Collector's schematics Helen had provided, he mapped out potential entry points, security systems, and containment protocols. Batman occasionally offered suggestions, but largely let Ben work through the process himself. The museum's security will adapt to conventional tactics, Ben explained to the assembled team during a strategy session. We need unpredictability. Teams with mixed abilities from both universes. He assigned 4 infiltration squads, each with specific objectives. Team Alpha, led by Batman, would secure the museum's central control systems. Team Beta, with Flash and Kevin, would focus on locating and freeing captured heroes. Team Gamma, led by Gwen, would handle perimeter security and communications. Team Delta, with Ben and Zatanna, would confront the Collector directly. These squad compositions are unconventional, Batman noted, studying the assignments. Exactly, Ben replied confidently. The Collector studies patterns. If we use standard Justice League protocols, it'll anticipate our moves. But combinations it's never seen before. That gives us an edge. As the planning continued, Zatanna pulled Ben aside. The ritual components are ready. We can begin tonight. Ben glanced at the Omnitrix. You sure this is safe? Azimuth gets cranky when people mess with his tech. Defined safe, Zatanna smiled, the expression somehow both mischievous and reassuring. The ritual won't damage the Omnitrix permanently, it's too well designed for that. But temporary enhancements always carry risks. What kind of enhancements are we talking about? If it works as intended? Increased transformation duration, faster recharge cycles, possibly enhanced abilities for your alien forms. She hesitated slightly. There might also be unforeseen effects. Magic and technology interact, creatively. Ben considered this. We need every advantage we can get. Let's do it. Later that night, in a specially prepared chamber deep within the watchtower, the ritual began. Zatanna had transformed the space with magical symbols inscribed on the floor in luminescent paint. Candles of unusual colors burned at strategic points, their flames occasionally shifting into impossible hues. Ben stood in the center of an elaborate circle, the Omnitrix exposed. Gwen sat at a cardinal point, channeling her anodite energy into the ritual matrix, while Zatanna moved around the circle, chanting incantations in her reverse speech. Zertzino 8FO Rewap 8 Eknan DNA Dnib. The air thickened with magical energy. The Omnitrix began to glow, first its usual green, then shifting through various colors before settling on a brilliant emerald tinged with magical magenta at its edges. Emit FO Cyterporp 8 Nex, Mraf FO Cytilabapak 8 Esierkni. Ben felt strange energy flowing through him, centered on the Omnitrix but spreading throughout his body. It wasn't painful, exactly, but intensely uncomfortable, like his cells were being rearranged on a fundamental level. Is it supposed to feel like I'm being turned inside out? He gasped. Focus, Ben, Gwen urged, her eyes glowing with mana energy. The Omnitrix is resisting the enhancement. It has safeguards. Of course it does, Ben muttered. Asma thinks of everything. Zatanna continued the ritual, sweat beading on her brow as she channeled increasingly complex magical energies. Sturo out Nuteb Egderba Eterk, Seker out Nuteb Tapa Nipo. The Omnitrix suddenly emitted a high-pitched whine, and the display flashed rapidly between icons. Alien DNA samples appeared and disappeared faster than Ben could track them. Something's happening, he called out. Don't fight it, Zatanna instructed, her voice strained with effort. Let the magic integrate with the technology. Ben took a deep breath and focused on the sensation, trying to work with the energy rather than resist it. The Omnitrix's display stabilized somewhat, though it continued to cycle through alien forms at an accelerated pace. I think it's scanning the magical energy, he realized. Trying to categorize it like a new DNA sample. Zatanna nodded, understanding dawning. It's adaptive. The magic isn't just enhancing the Omnitrix, they're merging. For the next hour, the ritual continued, growing in intensity. Ben occasionally cried out as particularly powerful surges of energy coursed through him. Gwen maintained the stabilizing mana field, while Zatanna guided the magical integration with precision and care. Finally, with a blinding flash of green and magenta light, the process completed. The magical symbols on the floor faded, and the candles extinguished simultaneously. Ben dropped to one knee, gasping for breath as the energy dissipated. Did it work? He managed between breaths. Zatanna approached cautiously, her own energy nearly depleted from the extended ritual. Look at the Omnitrix. Ben glanced down at his wrist and his eyes widened in surprise. The Omnitrix had changed. While its basic shape remained familiar, the faceplate now displayed a subtle pattern of arcane symbols around its edge, and the green glow had a permanent magenta tinge to it. Whoa, he breathed, examining the modified device. Asmoth is definitely going to void my warranty for this. How does it feel? Gwen asked, joining them. Different. Stronger. Ben cycled through the transformation options, noticing immediate changes. The interface is faster, and, wait, these are new. Between his familiar alien forms, new silhouettes appeared, combinations and variations he'd never seen before. The ritual must have unlocked hybrid transformations, Zatanna suggested, studying the display. Fusions of your existing alien DNA. Like ultimate forms, but different, Ben mused, remembering Albedo's Ultimatrix that could evolve his transformations. These look like combinations. Be careful testing them, Gwen cautioned. New transformations can be unpredictable. Ben stood up, feeling renewed energy despite the ordeal. Only one way to find out what they can do. He selected one of the new hybrid forms and pressed down on the Omnitrix. Green light tinged with magenta engulfed him, and when it faded, an entirely new alien stood in his place. It appeared to be a combination of Heat Blast and Diamond Head, a crystalline being with flames erupting from fissures in its body. The crystals glowed with internal heat, shifting colors with the intensity of the flames. Infernite, the new alien announced instinctively, as if the name had been programmed into his consciousness. This is awesome. Infernite held up crystalline hands that flickered with contained flame. When he concentrated, the fire intensified, heating the crystals until they glowed white-hot. Yet unlike pure heat blast, the crystalline structure remained stable, channeling and focusing the thermal energy. The heat and flame of Heat Blast with Diamond Head's durability and crystal manipulation, Gwen observed. That could be useful. Zatanna looked impressed but cautious. The magical enhancement worked better than I expected. How many of these hybrid forms are available? Infernite checked the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, accessing the internal interface through thought, another new ability. Dozens, he replied, surprised. The Omnitrix is creating them algorithmically, combining compatible DNA samples. And the tracking function? Gwen pressed. That was the main purpose of the ritual. Infernite concentrated again, searching through the enhanced Omnitrix's capabilities. It's there. I can feel connections to Grandpa Max and others. Like, threads stretching across dimensions. Then it worked, Zatanna confirmed, visibly relieved despite her exhaustion. When you revert to human form, we should be able to use those connections to locate the Collector's museum. Infernite nodded, then transformed back to Ben with a flash of magenta-tinged green light. The process was notably smoother and faster than his usual transitions. That was different, Ben noted, examining the modified Omnitrix. Usually transforming feels like my whole body is being rebuilt. This was more like, shifting. The magical enhancement has improved the transformation process itself, Zatanna explained. Making it more efficient. And the timeout period? Theoretically extended, though we won't know by how much until you test it. Ben grinned, already imagining the possibilities. Albedo and the Collector won't know what hit them. Hours later, the rescue teams assembled in the Watchtower's hangar bay. The plan had been finalized, equipment prepared, and the enhanced Omnitrix tested extensively. Ben had explored several of his new hybrid forms, including combinations of XLR-8 and Big Chill, creating a frost-generating speedster he called Frosttrack, and a particularly powerful fusion of Forearms and Humongousaur, Megafist. Now, as team leader, Ben addressed the assembled heroes one final time before departure. We all know what's at stake, he began, standing before the specially modified javelin that would carry them across dimensions. The Collector has taken our friends, our family, and our allies. Today, we get them back. He gestured to Cyborg, who activated a holographic display of the museum based on their intelligence. Our entry point will be here, Ben continued, highlighting a maintenance access near the museum's power distribution center. Batman's team will secure the control systems. Flash and Kevin's team will locate and free the captives. Gwen's team will maintain our perimeter and communications. Zatanna and I will confront the Collector directly. What about Albedo? Kevin asked. Intelligence suggests he's working with the Collector now. He's opportunistic, Ben replied grimly. If he's there, he's pursuing his own agenda. Consider him a secondary threat, but don't underestimate him. He knows all my standard aliens and their weaknesses. But not your new hybrid forms, Gwen pointed out. Ben nodded. Exactly. We all have surprises the Collector won't be expecting. That's our advantage. Batman stepped forward. The breach will remain stable for 6 hours. If we haven't completed the mission by then, fall back to the entry point for emergency extraction. Any questions? Ben asked, looking around at the determined faces of heroes from 2 universes. When none came, he nodded firmly. Then let's go rescue our friends. The journey to the Collector's dimension was unlike any transport Ben had experienced before. Using the enhanced Omnitrix's tracking capability, Zatanna and Cyborg created a dimensional breach that followed the connections to the captured heroes. The Javelin, modified with both League technology and components from Ben's universe, entered the swirling portal of green and magenta energy. Reality twisted around them. The normal sensations of acceleration were replaced by a disorienting feeling of moving in all directions simultaneously. Outside the viewports, impossible colors and shapes flashed past as they traversed the space between dimensions. Breach stability at 87%, Cyborg reported from the pilot's seat. Dimensional coordinates locked. I'm picking up resistance, Zatanna added, monitoring magical energies surrounding their transit. The museum's defenses are engaging. Ben activated the enhanced Omnitrix, ready to transform if needed. How long until we reach the entry point? 30 seconds, Cyborg replied. Brace for turbulence. The Javelin shuddered violently as defense systems attempted to divert their approach. Energy beams of unknown composition lashed out from the dimensional void, striking the ship's shields. Shields holding at 60%, Batman reported. Countermeasures engaged. Ben made a split-second decision. I'm going out there. Maybe I can clear a path. Before anyone could object, he twisted the Omnitrix dial to one of his new hybrid forms and slammed it down. Magenta-tinged green light enveloped him, and he transformed into a combination of jet ray and feedback, a sleek, aerodynamic alien with energy-absorbing tendrils and jet ray's wings and tail. Voltage, he announced, the name coming to him instinctively. Using the Javelin's airlock, Voltage emerged into the dimensional void. The environment was bizarre, not quite space, not quite atmosphere, but a swirling matrix of energy and matter that seemed to follow different physical laws. The museum's defense beams converged on him immediately, but instead of harming him, Voltage's energy-absorbing capabilities redirected and consumed the attacks. Each absorbed blast made him stronger, electricity crackling along his tendrils. This is working, he called back through the communication system. I'm drawing their fire and using it against them. Inside the Javelin, Batman watched the readouts with grudging approval. Shields recovering. Continue for 20 more seconds, then return to the ship. Voltage complied, darting around the Javelin in a protective pattern, absorbing defense beams and occasionally firing them back at their sources using feedback's energy projection abilities combined with Jetray's neuroshock blasts. Finally, a massive structure appeared ahead, the Collector's Museum, floating in dimensional space like an impossible combination of architecture from a dozen different civilizations. It was even larger and more elaborate than their intelligence had suggested, stretching for what seemed like miles in every direction. Target in sight, Cyborg announced. Entry point identified. Preparing for approach. Voltage returned to the Javelin, transforming back to Ben once safely inside. Unlike his usual transformations, he felt energized rather than depleted after the change. The enhanced Omnitrix is incredible, he reported, rejoining the others. No timeout warning, and I feel like I could transform again immediately. Save your energy, Batman advised. We'll need those advantages inside. The Javelin approached a maintenance access port on the museum's outer perimeter, carefully evading detection systems. Zatanna cast a concealment spell to mask their energy signature while Cyborg bypassed the exterior security protocols. With a metallic clunk, the Javelin docked with the museum. Team leaders performed final equipment checks as the airlock cycled. Remember, Ben said as the inner door prepared to open, the Collector likely knows we're here despite our precautions. Stay alert and stick to the plan. The airlock opened, revealing a sterile corridor lined with strange technology that seemed to blend mechanical, biological, and magical components. The lights pulsed softly in patterns that almost suggested consciousness. Creepy, Flash commented. Reminds me of the Fortress of Solitude crossed with a haunted house. The museum is semi-sentient, Ben explained, leading the way with Batman. It adapts to intruders. They moved quickly through the maintenance corridors, encountering minimal resistance. Occasionally, small drone-like entities would approach, only to be swiftly neutralized by Batman's specialized EMP devices or Ben's transformations. At the first junction, the teams prepared to split up per the plan. Comms check, Batman instructed, activating his secure channel. Each team leader confirmed communications were functioning, though they noted increasing interference the deeper they moved into the museum. "The museum's trying to isolate us," Gwen observed. "I can maintain a mana connection between teams, but it'll require concentration." "Do it," Ben decided. "We can't risk losing contact." As the teams prepared to separate, Ben transformed again, this time into a combination of gray matter and upgrade that he dubbed Technocrat. The small but highly advanced alien form combined gray matter's intelligence with upgrade's technological manipulation abilities. "This form should help me hack into the museum systems," Technocrat explained, his voice higher-pitched but carrying the unmistakable confidence of superintelligence. "I'll create a backdoor for Batman's team to exploit." The diminutive alien approached a control panel, merging partially with it as upgrade would, but with gray matter's analytical precision. Within seconds, he'd navigated the alien interface and created access pathways. "Done," he reported, separating from the panel. "I've mapped the most direct routes to our objectives and temporarily blinded security in those sectors." Batman nodded, impressed despite himself. "Teams move out. Maintain communication protocols. 6 hours until extraction." The teams separated, each heading toward their assigned objectives. Technocrat reverted to Ben, who joined Zatanna for their approach to the Collector's central chamber. Ready for a magical technological showdown, he asked her with a confident grin that belied his internal tension. Zatanna smiled back, magical energy already dancing at her fingertips. "Let's show this cosmic curator that some exhibits fight back." They moved deeper into the museum, passing display after display of captured beings and environments from countless universes. Ben recognized some from his own universe, a Petrosapian crystal forest, a miniature version of Galvan Prime, even a replica of Undertown, the alien settlement beneath Bellwood. "This is wrong on so many levels," he muttered, watching alien beings going about their lives inside the enclosed habitats, apparently unaware of their captivity. "The Collector sees itself as a preservationist," Zatanna observed. "These aren't prisons in its mind, but perfect recreations of natural environments. Still imprisonment, no matter how pretty the cage." As they approached what their intelligence identified as the central chamber, they began encountering more sophisticated security, adaptive drone guardians that anticipated their movements and countermeasures. Ben cycled through the enhanced Omnitrix, selecting another hybrid form. Time to try something with a bit more firepower. He transformed into a combination of Swampfire and NRG that he called Meltdown, a plant-like being with radioactive components that could generate and control both plant matter and nuclear energy simultaneously. "Stay behind me," Meltdown instructed Zatanna as security drones converged on their position. This could get hot. The new alien unleashed twin streams of nuclear-enhanced plant matter that engulfed the drones. The biological material wrapped around the mechanical guardians while the radioactive component overloaded their systems from within. "Impressive," Zatanna commented as they advanced past the disabled security. "Your new forms are more powerful than I expected." The magical enhancement changed more than just the transformation process, Meltdown explained, continuing forward while generating a radioactive barrier around them. "It's like the Omnitrix is learning, adapting in real time." Their comms crackled to life with Batman's voice. "Team Alpha has secured the control center. Security systems are compromised but still partially functional. Team Beta here," Flash reported next. "We've located the primary containment sector. Multiple heroes identified, including Superman and Wonder Woman. Security is heavy, and there's something else. The captives appear to be under some kind of mind control." Ben and Zatanna exchanged concerned glances. "Mind control?" Ben asked. "That's new. The Collector didn't mention that capability." "It must be Albedo's influence," Zatanna suggested. combining his technology with the collector's dimensional powers. Team Gamma reporting, Gwen's voice came through next. Perimeter secured, but we're detecting unusual energy fluctuations throughout the museum. Something's changing the internal architecture, reconfiguring in response to our presence. Meltdown absorbed his radioactive barrier, reverting to Ben to conserve energy. The museum is adapting faster than expected. We need to find the collector before it can fully mobilize its defenses. They continued deeper, following the path toward the central chamber. The architecture grew increasingly elaborate and impossible, corridors that twisted in non-Euclidean angles, rooms that were larger inside than their external dimensions suggested, and gravity that shifted subtly between sections. It's trying to disorient us, Zatanna realized, casting a grounding spell to keep their perceptions stable. CPAC Nivist YB Delzad Tun, Tapyurt 8 EES Su Tel. Her magic created a golden thread visible only to them, leading through the confusing labyrinth toward their objective. They finally arrived at massive doors inscribed with symbols from countless civilizations. The entrance to the collector's inner sanctum. No guards, Ben noted suspiciously. It's expecting us. Of course it is, came a familiar voice from behind them. They spun around to find Albedo standing there, but not in his usual human form. He had transformed into a Galvan, his original species, though with distinctive red eyes rather than the typical green. Albedo, Ben growled, hand hovering over the Omnitrix. Working with the collector now? That's a step down from Luther. The Galvan smirked, his diminutive form belying the danger he represented. Merely a temporary arrangement. The collector possesses knowledge and technology one require. In exchange, I've enhanced its containment systems. With mind control, Zatanna stated, magical energy gathering around her hands. A necessary improvement, Albedo replied dismissively. The specimens were becoming restless. Particularly your Justice League colleagues. Ben's eyes narrowed. Where is the collector? Inside, awaiting your arrival. It's quite interested in adding your magically enhanced Omnitrix to its collection. Albedo's eyes gleamed with malice. As am I. Not happening, Ben replied, activating the Omnitrix. Albedo held up a small device. I wouldn't transform just yet, Tennyson. Not unless you want to trigger the fail-safes I've installed throughout this section. One wrong move, and the containment fields around your friends collapse, exposing them to the dimensional void. Ben hesitated, his finger hovering over the Omnitrix. You're bluffing. Am I? You know me better than that, Ben. I always have contingencies. Zatanna stepped forward. We didn't come alone, Albedo. The entire Justice League and Ben's team are already dismantling your systems. I'm counting on it, Albedo replied cryptically. Now, shall we join the collector? It's eager to examine the modifications to the Omnitrix. With few options that didn't potentially endanger the captives, Ben and Zatanna reluctantly allowed Albedo to escort them through the massive doors into the collector's sanctum. The chamber beyond defied conventional architecture. It appeared to be a perfect sphere with no visible ceiling, floor, or walls, just a continuous surface containing countless display cases, monitoring stations, and what appeared to be a three-dimensional model of the multiverse hovering in the center. The collector itself floated near this model, its iridescent form shifting colors as it manipulated the display. It turned as they entered, faceted eyes analyzing them with scientific curiosity. The Omnitrix bearer returns, it intoned, colors shifting to what might have been pleasure. And with fascinating modifications to the device. Magical enhancement of Galvan technology, a rare and valuable synergy. We didn't come for your approval, Ben stated firmly. Release our friends. All of them. Now. The collector's colors darkened slightly. Impossible. The specimens are integral to the preservation matrix. Removing them would destabilize countless dimensional equilibriums. That's a lie, Zatanna challenged. You helped us against Maltruant. You know, dimensional barriers can be reinforced without keeping people prisoner. Different circumstances, the collector countered. The entity threatened all realities. These specimens threatened only their own by their actions and conflicts. Ben took a step forward. Superman and Wonder Woman. Grandpa Max. They're heroes who protect their worlds, not threaten them. Perspective, the collector replied dismissively. Your understanding is limited by your experiences. I observe across millennia and dimensions. The long-term consequences of their actions, save it, Ben interrupted. I've heard the humans are destructive speech from better villains than you. Bottom line, we're taking our people home. Albedo chuckled from nearby. Such confidence. Perhaps a demonstration of the futility of resistance is in order. He activated a control on his wrist device. Portions of the chamber's surface shifted, revealing observation windows into various habitats. Through them, Ben and Zatanna could see the captured heroes, Superman, Wonder Woman, Grandpa Max, and others, but something was wrong. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and their expressions were blank, devoid of their usual determination and personality. What have you done to them? Ben demanded, anger rising. Merely activated the control implants, Albedo explained casually. The collector preserves bodies. I provided a way to preserve minds as well, under proper supervision, of course. Mind control, Zatanna whispered in horror. You've turned them into puppets. Efficient management, the collector corrected. The specimens retain their abilities and knowledge, without the inconvenient resistance. Ben's hand moved toward the Omnitrix again, but Albedo quickly raised his device. I wouldn't. One signal, and their containment fields invert, exposing them to raw dimensional energy. Even Superman wouldn't survive that. Caught in an impossible position, Ben's mind raced through options. The teams were in place throughout the museum, but without knowing the exact nature of Albedo's failsafes, any direct action could endanger the captives. Then his comms crackled subtly, a pattern of 3 clicks that wasn't random static. Batman's signal that Team Alpha had achieved its objective. The security systems were compromised. Ben needed to stall for time. Why the partnership? He asked, addressing both Albedo and the collector. You two don't exactly seem like natural allies. The collector's colors shifted in what might have been amusement. The Galvan alternative offered technological innovations beyond my current capabilities. Mind control systems that maintain the specimens in optimal condition while allowing for exhibition purposes. And what do you get out of it? Ben asked Albedo directly. Access to dimensional technology far beyond anything available in our universe, Albedo replied. The collector travels between realities at will, a capability I intend to acquire. To escape your human form, Ben guessed. Among other ambitions, Albedo acknowledged. The multiverse offers endless possibilities for one with the intelligence to exploit them. While they talked, Ben noticed Zatanna subtly weaving magical energy between her fingers, preparing a spell without incantation. He needed to keep them distracted a bit longer. So what's the plan for us? He asked casually. Add us to your collection. Make us mind-controlled exhibitions. The magician will join the supernatural specimens section, the collector stated matter-of-factly. As for you, Ben Tennyson, your case is special. The Omnitrix represents a unique technological achievement, the most advanced transformation device in any universe I've catalogued. I've designed a specialized containment system, Albedo added with malicious pride. One that will allow the Omnitrix to be studied while keeping you in a perpetual transformation loop. Every form, displayed in sequence, cycling endlessly. That sounds uncomfortable, Ben commented, noticing a subtle change in the chamber's lighting, another sign that Batman's team had compromised the systems. Specimen comfort is secondary to preservation, the collector replied. Ben's comms crackled again, this time with Flash's voice, barely audible, Team Beta in position. Ready on your signal. It was time. Ben caught Zatanna's eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. You know what your problem is? Ben asked the collector, taking a deliberate step forward. For someone who watches countless worlds, you're not very observant. Explain, the collector demanded, colors darkening with suspicion. You think we came here just the two of us? Against you, Albedo, and an entire dimension under your control? Ben laughed. That would be pretty stupid, right? Albedo's eyes narrowed. What are you, now? Ben shouted. Several things happened simultaneously. Zatanna released her prepared spell with a shout of Lortnok Gnim Kerb, Snosiop Evomer, Snim Earth. A wave of magical energy burst outward, targeting the control implants in the captive heroes. Ben slammed down the Omnitrix, transforming into a new hybrid, a combination of Ghost Freak and Echo he called Phantasm. The spectral, multiplying alien immediately created a dozen duplicates that phased through the chamber's walls toward the containment areas. Albedo lunged for his control device, but was tackled by a red blur as Flash phased through a wall, having used the museum's reconfiguring architecture to reach them. Sorry I'm late to the party, Flash quipped, disarming Albedo in a millisecond. Had to pick up some friends along the way. The chamber's doors burst open as Batman led Team Alpha in, accompanied by Cyborg and several Freed League members whose control implants had already been neutralized. Albedo snarled in frustration, activating his Ultimatrix to transform into Negative Humongosaur. The massive dinosaur-like alien roared in rage. You'll pay for this interference, Tennyson. The collector, observing the rapid deterioration of its control, moved toward the central dimensional model. Unacceptable. Preservation protocols activated. Throughout the museum, alarms blared as emergency containment measures engaged. But thanks to Batman's team compromising the security systems, many failed to activate properly. Phantasm's duplicates reported back through their hive mind connection, Superman and Wonder Woman freed. Grandpa Max and the others are being evacuated by Team Beta. The collector manipulated controls on the dimensional model, causing the entire museum to shudder. The preservation matrix cannot be compromised. If necessary, this dimensional pocket will be sealed permanently. It's trying to trap us here. Batman warned, analyzing readings on his gauntlet computer. Zatanna continued casting counter-spells to disrupt the museum's systems while Flash engaged Negative Humongosaur in high-speed combat, too quick for the massive alien to land a blow. Phantasm reunited his duplicates, then transformed again, this time into a hybrid of Way Big and Automix that Ben called Colossus. The enormous alien towered in the spherical chamber, cosmic energy swirling around his hands. It's over, Collector, Colossus declared, his voice booming throughout the museum. Your specimens are being freed as we speak. Your systems are compromised. Surrender now. The collector's colors darkened to an ominous black. If I cannot preserve, then none shall return. Dimensional collapse initiated. The museum began to shake more violently, reality itself seeming to fray around the edges. Through viewports, they could see the dimensional void outside becoming increasingly unstable. It's sacrificing the entire museum. Cyborg reported, scanning the deteriorating structure. We have less than 10 minutes before complete collapse. Colossus turned to Batman. Get everyone to the extraction point. I'll handle the collector. And Albedo, Flash added, still evading Negative Humongosaur's attacks. I've got him, came a new voice as Superman flew into the chamber, his eyes glowing red with barely contained heat vision. He has a lot to answer for. Freed from Albedo's control implants but still formidable, Superman engaged Negative Humongosaur, the two powerhouses crashing through a wall into an adjacent section of the museum. Batman organized the evacuation while Zatanna worked with Cyborg to stabilize the dimensional breach long enough for everyone to escape. Colossus approached the collector, who continued manipulating the dimensional model, accelerating the museum's collapse. You can't stop the preservation protocols, the collector stated. They're hardwired into the dimensional matrix itself. I don't need to stop them, Colossus replied. I just need to change their parameters. Using the combined intelligence of Way-Big's cosmic awareness and Atomix's nuclear precision, Colossus reached into the dimensional model. His massive hands, glowing with stellar energy, began rewiring the fabric of the pocket dimension itself. The collector attempted to interfere, but Colossus simply contained it in a field of cosmic energy. I've learned a few things about dimensional mechanics since we last met. The model began to stabilize under Colossus's manipulations, the collapse slowing. But it wasn't enough, the damage was too extensive to completely reverse. Batman, Colossus called over the comms, status on evacuation. 70% complete. Need 4 more minutes. We might not have 4 minutes, Colossus replied, straining to hold the dimension together. I need to try something else. He reverted to Ben, the Omnitrix immediately cycling to another form without his input, as if responding to the dimensional emergency automatically. Ben didn't fight it, trusting the enhanced device's adaptations. Alien X, he announced as he transformed into the Celestialcipian. Inside Alien X's consciousness, Ben confronted Bellicus and Serena, the personalities of rage and love that governed the cosmic being's powers. No time for debate, Ben stated urgently. The entire dimension is collapsing with our friends inside. Always emergencies with you, Tennyson, Bellicus grumbled. Never a social visit. Ben is right, Serena interjected. I sense the dimensional collapse. Many lives are at risk. I need temporary control to stabilize the pocket dimension long enough for everyone to escape, Ben explained. Then we can let it collapse safely. Bellicus considered this. The Collector's Museum has existed for eons, preserving countless species that would otherwise be extinct. Its loss is not insignificant to cosmic balance. But forcing people to be exhibits against their will isn't preservation, it's imprisonment, Ben countered. There's a difference between saving a species and enslaving individuals. Serena nodded agreement. Free will must be respected, even in preservation efforts. I propose we grant Ben control to evacuate all sentient beings who wish to leave, then allow the Collector to maintain its museum for truly endangered, non-sentient specimens, she suggested as a compromise. Seconded, Ben added quickly. Bellicus harumphed but eventually nodded. Motion carried. But be precise, Tennyson. Dimensional manipulation requires finesse, not brute force. Outside in the physical world, Alien X raised both hands, cosmic power flowing outward to stabilize the collapsing dimension. Time itself seemed to pause within the museum as Alien X exerted control over the fundamental forces of reality. The dimension is temporarily stabilized, Alien X announced to the others. Complete the evacuation. Batman, Zatanna, and Cyborg coordinated the remaining rescue efforts while Superman returned, dragging an unconscious and reverted Albedo. Got him, Superman reported. Most of the exhibits are evacuated. Wonder Woman is leading the last group to the extraction point. The Collector, still contained within Alien X's energy field, observed these developments with shifting colors that suggested a complex emotional response. You destroy my life's work, it stated, not as an accusation but as a simple observation. No, Alien X replied, his triple voice resonating with cosmic authority. We free those who deserve freedom. The truly endangered species, those you've saved from extinction, can remain under your care, with oversight. Oversight? The Collector's colors registered confusion. A cosmic compromise, Alien X explained. You may continue your preservation efforts for non-sentient endangered species. But sentient beings must have choice. And a council of representatives from multiple universes will ensure your collection methods remain ethical. The dimensional model in the center of the chamber reconfigured under Alien X's influence, establishing new parameters that would allow the museum to continue existing in a reduced, more ethical form. The alternative, Alien X continued, is complete dimensional collapse. Your choice. For several long moments, the Collector's colors shifted through various patterns as it considered the proposal. Finally, they settled on a muted blue. Acceptable compromise, it conceded. Preservation with limitation is preferable to no preservation at all. Batman, Alien X called, status on evacuation. Complete. All friendly forces accounted for. We're holding at the extraction point. Proceed through the breach. I'll ensure stability until everyone is clear. As the rescue teams and freed captives made their way through the dimensional breach back to Earth, Alien X maintained control over the museum's deteriorating structure. With precision cosmic manipulation, he reconfigured the pocket dimension according to the new parameters, smaller, focused on truly endangered non-sentient species, with ethical safeguards woven into its very fabric. Your actions are unexpected, the collector commented as its museum transformed around them. Most beings would simply destroy what they don't understand. Understanding isn't the issue, Alien X replied. Consent is. Preservation has value, but not at the cost of freedom. With the evacuation complete and the museum's reconfiguration finalized, Alien X released the collector from containment. Remember our agreement, the Celestialsapian warned. Violate these terms, and the consequence will be more permanent than dimensional collapse. The collector's colors shifted to acknowledgement. The new parameters are accepted. My collection methods will adapt. Alien X nodded, then teleported to the extraction point where the last of the Javelin transports was preparing to depart. He reverted to Ben just as he materialized inside the vessel. Cut it close, didn't you? Flash quipped from the co-pilot's seat. Cosmic negotiations take time, Ben replied with a tired smile, dropping into an empty seat beside Zatanna. Everyone make it out okay? She nodded, relief evident in her expression. All accounted for. Superman and Wonder Woman are already back on Earth with the first transport. Your grandfather and the other plumbers too. And Albedo? Contained in a specialized cell Batman designed, she confirmed. He'll be transferred to your universe for proper imprisonment. The Javelin disengaged from the museum and accelerated toward the dimensional breach, which was beginning to contract as the pocket dimension stabilized in its new, reduced form. We did it, Ben said quietly, the reality of their success finally sinking in. We actually pulled it off. Zatanna smiled, taking his hand. Did you doubt we would? Honestly? Yeah, a little. Going up against a cosmic collector and an evil genius with an army of mind-controlled heroes, not exactly favorable odds. And yet you led the mission anyway, she observed. That's what makes you a hero, Ben. As the Javelin passed through the dimensional breach, returning to Earth's orbit where the watchtower awaited, Ben felt a profound sense of accomplishment mixed with bittersweet realization. The crisis was over. The captives were freed. Which meant his time in this universe was coming to an end. Back in the Watchtower's main hall, a celebration was already underway. Heroes from both universes mingled, sharing stories of their experiences and celebrating their hard-won freedom. Superman and Wonder Woman personally thanked Ben for organizing the rescue mission, while Grandpa Max embraced his grandson with fierce pride. You did good, Ben, Max said, his eyes suspiciously moist. Led a multi-universal rescue operation like a seasoned plumber magister. I had help, Ben replied modestly. Couldn't have done it without everyone working together. That's leadership, Max countered. Knowing how to utilize your team's strengths. As the celebration continued, Batman approached Ben with uncharacteristic openness. The Justice League owes you a debt, he stated. Your planning and execution of the rescue mission was exemplary. Coming from Batman, this was equivalent to effusive praise. Ben couldn't help but smile. Thanks. I had a good teacher. Several, actually. He glanced meaningfully at the Dark Knight. Batman almost, smiled in return. We've prepared the dimensional portal Alien X created for your return journey. It's stable and calibrated to your home universe coordinates. Reality crashed back into Ben's consciousness. Right. Going home. When? The optimal window is in 6 hours, Batman replied. After that, dimensional fluctuations may complicate the transit. Ben nodded, a lump forming in his throat. 6 hours to say goodbye to the friends and colleagues he'd made in this universe. It didn't seem long enough. As Batman moved away to confer with Superman, Zatanna approached, having overheard the conversation. "So, 6 hours until you're homeward bound," she said, her tone light but her eyes betraying deeper emotions. "Looks that way," Ben replied, suddenly finding it difficult to meet her gaze. "Back to Bellwood, alien invasions, and high school. Sounds exciting. After this? It might feel a bit ordinary." They stood in awkward silence for a moment before both speaking simultaneously. "I wanted to say, I've been meaning to," they laughed, the tension breaking slightly. "You first," Zatanna insisted. Ben took a deep breath. "I wanted to say thank you. Not just for the magical Omnitrix upgrade, which is seriously cool, but for everything. Making me feel welcome here. Believing in me when some of the others were skeptical. It meant a lot." Zatanna's smile was warm but tinged with sadness. "You made it easy to believe in you, Ben. You adapted to an impossible situation with courage and humor. That's rare. We make a good team," Ben said, then added quickly, "all of us, I mean. The Justice League and Team Tennyson." "We do," she agreed. "But especially you and me. Magic and technology, working in harmony." Another awkward pause followed, both aware of unspoken feelings but constrained by the reality of their situation, different universes, different responsibilities. Gwen approached, giving them a knowing look. "Sorry to interrupt, but Cyborg wants to run some final diagnostics on the Omnitrix before we leave. Something about ensuring the magical enhancements remain stable during transit." "Right," Ben nodded, almost grateful for the interruption. "I should probably do that." As he turned to follow Gwen, Zatanna touched his arm. "Find me before you go. There's something I want to give you." "I will," he promised. The remaining hours passed too quickly. Final preparations were made for the return journey. Albedo, secured in specialized restraints that prevented Ultimatrix use, would be transported back to their universe for imprisonment. Kevin spent time exchanging technical knowledge with Cyborg, while Gwen and Zatanna worked together to ensure the magical enhancements to the Omnitrix would survive the dimensional transit. As the departure time approached, the Justice League gathered for a formal farewell. Superman stepped forward, addressing Ben, Gwen, Kevin, and the other visitors from their universe. "On behalf of the Justice League and Earth, I want to express our profound gratitude. You came to our universe by accident, but your presence has been nothing short of providential. You fought alongside us, shared your knowledge and abilities, and today, led the rescue of our captured colleagues." He turned specifically to Ben. "Ben Tennyson, your leadership during the museum operation demonstrated the qualities we value most in the Justice League: courage, strategic thinking, and unwavering dedication to saving lives." To Ben's surprise, Superman produced a small object from a ceremonial box, a Justice League communicator, but with unique modifications. "While we understand you must return to your own universe, the Justice League unanimously votes to extend honorary membership to you. This communicator has been modified with technology based on Alien X's dimensional stabilization. In cases of interdimensional crisis, it will allow limited communication between our universes." Ben accepted the communicator with stunned gratitude. "I don't know what to say. Thank you." Batman stepped forward. "Use it wisely. Interdimensional communication should be reserved for genuine emergencies." "Of course," Ben agreed, though he couldn't help adding, "but how will I know who won the Central City Cougars game next season?" Flash laughed while Batman's expression remained stoic, though those who knew him well might have detected the faintest twitch of amusement. With final goodbyes underway, Ben sought out Zatanna as promised. He found her in a quiet corridor near the teleportation chamber, away from the main gathering. "Hey," he greeted awkwardly. So, departure time's almost here. So it is, she replied, fidgeting with something in her hands. I wanted to give you this before you left. She held out a small crystal pendant similar to the one she'd given him during the ritual, but more elaborately designed. It's an interdimensional focus crystal, she explained as he accepted it. More advanced than the one we used for the ritual. I've enchanted it specifically to maintain a connection between our universes. Like the communicator Superman gave me. Similar, but more personal. A faint blush colored her cheeks. The League communicator is for emergencies. This is for, well, if you ever just want to talk. Ben examined the crystal, feeling its subtle magical energy. How does it work? Hold it and think of me, she said simply. If I'm holding mine and thinking of you at the same time, we can communicate briefly, share thoughts, images, feelings. Across dimensions. The implications made Ben's heart race. That's, wow. Thank you. It has limitations, she cautioned. Distance and dimensional barriers will restrict how often it works. Maybe once a month, if we're lucky. Once a month is better than never, Ben replied, carefully placing the crystal in his pocket. An announcement echoed through the watchtower, dimensional portal stabilized. Transit window opening in 10 minutes. All return journey passengers please report to teleportation chamber 1. They stood facing each other, suddenly at a loss for words despite the pendant's purpose. So, Ben finally managed, I guess this is goodbye. For now. For now, Zatanna agreed softly. In a moment of courage, or perhaps recklessness, Ben leaned forward and kissed her. It was brief but heartfelt, conveying everything he couldn't find words to express. When they separated, both slightly breathless, Zatanna smiled. That's one way to say goodbye. I've never been great with words, Ben admitted, returning her smile. More of an action guy. I noticed. She stepped back slightly, composing herself. You should go. They'll be waiting. Ben nodded, reluctantly turning toward the teleportation chamber. At the doorway, he paused for one final look back. See you around, magic girl. Count on it, alien boy. The dimensional return was less chaotic than their arrival had been weeks ago. The portal, stabilized by a combination of League technology, magical enhancement, and coordinates provided by Alien X, created a smooth transition between universes. As the swirling energies engulfed them, Ben took one last look at the assembled Justice League members, Batman's stoic nod, Superman's encouraging smile, Flash's enthusiastic wave, and Zatanna's eyes, holding his gaze until the last possible moment. Then reality shifted, compressed, and expanded again. They materialized in Bellwood, in the exact park where Ben had first disappeared during the battle with Dr. Onimo. According to Gwen's calculations, they'd returned just 3 days after their departure. Time flowed differently between dimensions. Home sweet home, Kevin commented, looking around at the familiar surroundings. Gotta say, I didn't hate the Justice League's setup though. That watchtower puts plumber bases to shame. It was certainly educational, Gwen agreed, already checking her phone for messages. Though explaining our absence to our parents is going to be interesting. Ben stood quietly, the interdimensional crystal pendant warm in his pocket, the Justice League communicator secure on his wrist opposite the Omnitrix. You okay? Gwen asked, noticing his contemplative mood. Yeah, he replied, smiling genuinely. Just, processing everything. It's been a crazy few weeks. That's putting it mildly, she agreed. Honorary Justice League member, Dimensional Crisis Solver, leader of a multi-universal rescue mission, your resume got a serious upgrade. Ben laughed. Don't forget guy who got his butt kicked repeatedly in Batman's training sessions. That was humbling. They began walking toward town, plumber agents discreetly moving in to take custody of the still-restrained Albedo. The familiar sights of Bellwood, Mr. Smoothie, the high school, ordinary people going about their ordinary lives, reminded Ben of what they'd been fighting to protect across 2 universes. "So," Kevin asked with characteristic bluntness, "you gonna call Zatanna on that magic crystal thing?" Ben's surprised expression made Kevin laugh. "What? You think we didn't notice? You two were about as subtle as Humongousaur in a china shop." "It's not like that," Ben protested weakly. "We just connected." Gwen smirked. "Connected enough that she gave you an interdimensional communication device that required her to infuse part of her magical essence into a crystal. You knew about that?" "I helped her make it," Gwen admitted. "It's complex magic. She wanted to make sure it would work across dimensions." Ben touched the crystal in his pocket, smiling despite himself. "Maybe I'll check if it works. You know, for scientific purposes." "Scientific? Right," Kevin grinned. "Just don't accidentally call Batman instead. That would be awkward." As they reached the familiar intersection leading to their respective homes, Ben's plumber badge activated with an incoming transmission. Grandpa Max's face appeared in the holographic display. "Welcome home, kids. Glad to see you made it back in one piece." "Thanks, Grandpa," Ben replied. "Everything okay here?" "Mostly quiet, though we've got reports of some unusual energy signatures near Los Soledad. Might be worth checking out when you've had a chance to rest." Ben exchanged glances with Gwen and Kevin, all thinking the same thing, back to business as usual. "We're on it," Ben confirmed. "Give us an hour to check in with our families, then we'll head over." "Roger that." Max paused, studying Ben through the transmission. "You seem different, Ben. The Justice League experience change you?" Ben considered the question seriously. "Yeah, I think it did. Learning from Batman, fighting alongside Superman, seeing how another team of heroes operates, it gives you perspective." Max nodded approvingly. "That's the mark of a true hero, always learning, always growing. I'm proud of you, Ben." The transmission ended, leaving the 3 friends at their familiar crossroads. "So," Kevin stretched casually, "alien energy signatures at Los Soledad in an hour. Just like old times." "Some things never change," Gwen agreed with a smile. Ben activated the Omnitrix, its familiar green glow now permanently tinged with magical magenta energy, a visible reminder of his interdimensional adventure. "Maybe some things do change," he countered, cycling through the hybrid alien forms that remained available even back in their home universe. "But the important stuff stays the same." With a final wave to his friends as they separated to visit their respective families, Ben headed home. The crystal pendant felt warm against his chest, the Justice League communicator secure beside the Omnitrix, and the knowledge of an entire universe of new allies just a dimension away. Whatever came next, interdimensional threats, alien invasions, or just high school drama, Ben Tennyson was ready, with new perspectives, new abilities, and new connections that spanned realities. As he approached his house, the Omnitrix suddenly beeped with an unfamiliar pattern. The display flickered briefly, showing a symbol he recognized as the Justice League insignia, before returning to normal. Ben smiled. Some connections, it seemed, were already stronger than the barriers between universes. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.